Good morning, everyone. Welcome so much to the first day of the Startup CTO Summit. Very excited. We have a wonderful list of speakers here. I'm just going to do a quick mic check and make sure that everybody's hearing me. Perfect. Okay, wonderful. So we have a wonderful lineup of speakers, and I'm very, very excited to bring them all to you. I know that it's going to be a great day of information today and tomorrow, so I hope you can make both. And we're going to kick things off here shortly. I'm going to just confirm that everybody is good in the waiting room here. So I'm just going to go through while we're waiting here for everybody to get ready. I'm going to make sure that everybody is aware of everything happening today. So Andrei, the co-founder and CEO of Glorium Technologies, is going to be speaking today. We're very, very excited to have him. Dmitry Stefanov he's the co-founder and CTO at Glorium Technology, also will be speaking. And Kelly Peng she's the CEO and CTO at Kura Technologies will be speaking today. Joseph Wraith, who's the CEO and CTO of Wraith Digital, will be speaking. So the list goes on and on and on. I'm gonna go through a few more here, but it's an amazing lineup here. Ali Salih, the CTO at Loop from Forbes 30U30 2022, is coming up soon. Konstantin Vilk from building the next generation of scalable security for the post-quantum enterprise is coming. And I'm gonna do a quick check now and see if we are ready for our day one speakers here. Looks like we have almost 200 people that are going to be on today's call. So very exciting. Wonderful. All right. So we are ready for Andrei to come and join us. He's going to be giving the introductory speech today. Very, very excited to have him with us. He is an amazingly accomplished professional in the space, and he is going to be basically he's got 20 years of experience. If you don't already know that. In the industry, he helps tech startups bolster their teams with the product development services on demand, and his vision of custom software development and management is can actually reduce the time to market by up to 30% with 40% savings compared to in-house teams. So welcome so much, Andrei. We're very excited to have you, and I know that you're going to grace us with a lot of wonderful information today.
All right, yeah, thank you, April. Thanks for the introduction. Just to make sure you can hear me well, right? Everything is fine? April, can you hear me? Okay, I would assume that yes.
We can hear you now. Yeah, for a second we couldn't. Now you're good.
Just wanted to make sure that everything is okay. All right.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So yeah, everyone, really nice to I'm really pleased to welcome everyone over here and open up our Startup CTO Summit. And it's actually it almost became a tradition for us to organize those virtual summits, and it's actually already a third summit that our company is organizing and doing in a relatively short period of time, just a bit over half a year, and the feedback is quite positive from all of the previous summits, and we'll continue doing so in the future. And I hope that this summit is going to be even better, even bigger success than we had before. So just a couple of words about myself, even though April has already introduced me. But yeah, so I'm a CEO of Glorium Technologies. We've been here in the market for about 12 years by now, and we made it already into the list of Inc. 5000 2 years in a row. So basically managing it, it all works. I also am a part of Forbes Tech Council and part of executive board for Fast Company, and I also advise several startups. So the reason I'm saying is that all of that is not just bragging, but basically it allows me to have a certain perception on the existing world in the startups and all of the nuances and problems that it faces. Okay, so what to expect from this summit? I will give you a long answer because I think it is very important. And so, as I said, in my everyday life, I face a lot with the startups and the company Glorium Technologies, which I manage. We help to develop mostly to develop digital products, but only that. We also help with the product management, with compliance, certification. We provide marketing and growth services. We do business consulting and even provide bridge investments and guidance for the startups to bring them to the next level. So naturally, we hold so many different conversations with founders, investors, product owners, of course, CTOs, and many of them are concerned about the approach that the startups take in their development. And interesting thing that comes up during those conversations is that apparently a digital roadmap plays a vital role in the success of the entire startup. And this is understandable, especially when we're talking about tech startups. And too many things depend on the product success, and success of the product directly hinges on the tech success. So very quickly, all of those conversations, they actually drop into the tech domain ruled by CTOs. Basically, how to build the teams, what talent to hire, what's the optimal approach to building a platform, what are the latest trends to stay on top, on which of them actually might be helpful, which of them just just a buzz out there, and also most importantly, how exactly all of that helps the business and how to not derail from the initial goals. So I actually will kind of repeat what I said opening our previous summits, but there are actually many other conferences on the topics that we are covering, and including this particular conference or virtual summit about the startups, CTO startups. And there are many other conferences covering this topic for ongoing issues for CTO that CTOs face. And you guys would be absolutely right. And I enjoy visiting those events and listening to the latest trends. But the biggest problems that I found in those events is that the speakers of those events mostly speak on the high-level topics and have very distant relation to the needs of the actors in the startup world and the people that actually build digital products from scratch, first time. And those events are mostly targeted towards the enterprises or really big teams out there. That all of this may not be fully relevant for the startup world out there. Okay, so we actually saw this gap and decided to move in and cover the need. All right, so what I want to do also, I want to set the stage for this summit, and I want to mention a few of the events that are shaping the startup world right now and that directly affect the CTOs. This is, I think, very important to understand before we kind of get to our wonderful speakers to present their views and their ideas. So number one, the facts and events that I want to mention. Number one is the record funding rounds that happened during the last year of 2021. According to the Crunchbase, actually over the course of 12 months in 2021, investors put $329 billion into startup investments across all stages. And this is actually an increase almost twofold from the levels of 2020, which itself was a record setting. Yes, you would say the news is a bit old, and I'll mention the latest development further. But Why I'm mentioning this? Because all of this money that is poured into the startup market that are now being used by CTOs, all of those budgets are used by CTOs in order to build their products. Never before in the history we saw such a massive investment into the new technologies. So of course investors have high expectations after deploying those massive funds. Now, number two is, as I mentioned, after the heated up 2021, we see a very much cooled down 2022. The inflation is skyrocketing, financial markets are down. Just the Nasdaq index itself is down 30% from the beginning of the year. So all of the tech indexes are down roughly 30%. They align with Nasdaq. Startup valuations are down. Funding has slowed down. This is quite a significant turn from what has happened in 2021. And like, for example, in Europe, the funding is down almost twice, which is, a very sharp turn. Interestingly, recently, Y Combinator has issued a dire warning to its founders to save the money and slow down the growth by prioritizing the cash reserves to survive a potential prolonged market meltdown. So all of those are very alarming calls, and they directly affect and increase the pressure on CTOs in the current market. And but nevertheless, interesting, the global technology spend is projected to grow. The rates of inflation, geopolitical disruption, talent shortages are actually not expected to slow the IT investments. Worldwide, IT spending is projected to total $4.4 trillion in 2022, which is an increase of 4% from 2021, according to the latest forecast by Gartner. And software spending, as part of it, is expected to grow 9.8% to 675 billion in 2022, and IT services is forecast to grow 6.8% to reach $1.3 trillion. What's more, the numbers for 2023 are expected to be even higher. And this is very, I would say, interesting situation with high spending but high pressure from the business. So we'll see what's going to happen here. And number four, I need to mention in the current in the industry is the continuing labor shortage, which is actually especially felt in the tech industry. So we all saw that during the last 2 years in a row, finding the top talent, finding the proper skills, the quality and qualifying skills, it remains one of the biggest problems that are faced by the tech startups, and it adds to the overall mix for CTOs, right? So to sum up those 4 points that I mentioned, the CTOs actually find themselves in the market where they get squeezed between the investors that have poured tons of money with high expectations, with the market meltdown, and of course increased business and management pressure to increase the efficiency, increase the output, and on the other side with continuing problems with qualified talent. So I would say if last year was mostly just a challenge of growing and trying to increase the output, this year the situation has changed a little bit, and I would say the challenges have increased for the CTOs, for startup CTOs. And it's going to be quite difficult this year to navigate this environment. So now, when the stage is set, let me tell what we tried to achieve when organizing this summit. So we wanted to kind of make a focus on two aspects. Number one, and I mentioned it before, we want to provide the information and the value, and want to target the startup players, I want to provide what startup players really need. No generic topics, no too high level issues or something related to enterprises only, something like that. And number two, we want to focus on CTO challenges that are being relevant to the startups at this moment of time. So we want to be current with the time, and we want to be relevant to the startup CTOs. Okay. And what we also decided to organize this summit were actual tech people involved in the startup tech management and development on a day-to-day basis to deliver their view, share their opinions and expertise, as well as experience and the knowledge straight from the trenches. So we expect to get a real actionable advice from those who have already been there and done that. And to kind of set the expectations, what we want to hear from our wonderful speakers that are going to come on board after me is the information from them are generally going to be divided into three buckets. So number one is building the teams. What is their, the best approach, best practices, how you usually approach it, how you collect, how you build the teams. You do it in-house only, you outsource, you provide the mix, how to train those teams, improve, how to ensure the best outcome, the best processes are implemented, etc. The bucket number two is top trends to follow on the market. Basically, the opinions around what's happening in the tech market, how other CTOs solve common tech problems, what are the helpful new technologies, what are the promising developments to watch, what's out there that's just a buzz and probably not even worth it, and so any other trends related to technology and applied to the process setup and approaches of organizing the teams. Okay, and number three is the alignment with the business. This is a very important bucket, even though those two topics that I mentioned above are very important, but we should never forget why tech teams exist, right? So the North Star that we all have to follow is the business need. The tech is there to support the business and to make the business thrive. So how we don't lose this track and keep the proper direction? How do we ensure that everything that we do follows the business goals, and we do not deviate from our initial goals? Okay, so so we expect that our speakers already, those who have been there, that will give their express their vision and give their specific and very actionable advice. The last aspect that I want to mention over here is that this summit is absolutely free, costs nothing to anyone, and this was the idea how we wanted to organize it. None of registrants paid the money, none of the speakers received the money, nobody paid a dime to be here. Okay, as the entire event infrastructure and organization has been provided fully by our company, Glorium Technologies, and our goal is to have a kind of commercially unbiased environment, honest opinions, and candid desire of the industry professionals to share their knowledge and experience. And I hope that we'll hear and see great things from our speakers that will share the stage over here after me. Okay, so I'm really excited to hear what they have prepared. And I would say, let's begin. April, over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I really love what you said, Andrei, about that the tech is there to serve the business needs and the goals. And I feel like in general, that's something I feel strongly about as well. The business is there to serve the customers, right? And to serve the clients, whoever the in target market is. So that should be our goal as businesses, as business leaders. So I think it's good to keep that in mind. And then when we do that,
Absolutely.
then you don't right, then you don't end up coming up with solutions that are relevant to no one just because they're fancy. Right, so you want to make sure that the solutions are
it's
serving
actually
an existing need.
Yeah, so sometimes
Yeah,
it's and you will see it from the speakers. Most likely, some of them will have to mention, but because this by itself is a problem. Tech people are, very often have narrow focus on their tech issues, tech problems that they need to solve, and they're focused on solving them, forgetting sometimes why they're solving them. What is this North
right.
Star? What is the reason this tech problem even exists? So
Right. No,
yeah,
and
it's
that's
along with
really
all other
important too,
points.
because sometimes those needs shift too, right? So you have a situation where you developed a solution that was relevant, and then the need of the marketplace changes. But if you're just so myopically focused on, okay, this solution is the solution, then you miss that, okay, now we need to pivot a bit and change things so that it's more relevant to today's audience, right? To today's clients.
Absolutely. This is, this pivoting, it's actually is one of the big problems also that CTOs very often discuss, because market never change, never, it's not stale. It never stops and moves very often. And pivoting the business is one of the things that CEOs and business people and product people do very often. And CTOs will have to follow. And
I know it
they
can be
should not
painful
be
at times, right?
married to their technologies that they have
Yeah.
created, or the success that they have achieved, the tech success that they have achieved. They always have to remember that they have to serve the business. They have to make
y-
sure that the
Yeah,
product is properly done from the tech standpoint.
definitely.
Mhm.
Yeah. All really good points there.
Yep. Okay. So
All right.
I guess over to you.
Wonderful. Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker and tell you a little bit about him. So Rishab Nayak is going to be our next speaker. He's talking about assembling a kick-ass founding engineering team. So he's going to talk about our hiring adventures, what worked, what didn't, about hiring on story, pitching the company to them, gauging their interest, their dedication, how important this is. I know that's really important because you really want people on board who are going to buy into the company's mission, and not drink the Kool-Aid per se, but actually believe in it, right? So they're bringing their heart to it.
Absolutely.
He's going to talk about hiring techniques and tips. If not paying market rate, the importance of explaining what equity is, and then meaning what is the equity. Well, he'll get into that. I won't spoil it. And then also the importance of culture fit and cohesion and building a team from then on. So just a little bit about him. He founded a travel tech SaaS company, raised about $1 million in pre-seed funding with GC as the lead investor. His experience is vast. He's been managing and leading several teams as a project and product manager. He's helped create data-driven policies and laws in Massachusetts, and he also architected the SaaS offering for an up-and-coming medical device company. In addition to that, he led a successful hackathon event attracting about 600 participants. So very excited to have him with us today. I know he's going to be amazing and give us lots of great insights. So welcome. You're on, and we're excited to hear what you have to share with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you, April. And thanks, Andrei, for organizing and inviting me to speak here. I'm very glad to be here today. April, as you said, so I'm the founder and CTO of Mount. And a short brief about us, we're on a mission to let you rent anything from anyone at any time. Like you said, we are a pre-seed company, and we have a handful of rockstar employees, but that's pretty much it. We have a team of 6 right now, and we're growing at breakneck speed. But we're a founding team of 2. So right now we've got 4 employees, full-time, a couple part-time, but let's run the clock back to September 21. September 2021, we were yet to raise most of our capital. We had pivoted more than a couple times. We pivoted at least 5 times to get to the business model that we finally settled on. We'd worked with part-time employees based internationally. We'd worked with asynchronous teams. But what we were missing here was the personal touch of employees being on our team. I think the biggest driver for this for us was our business was accelerating. I mean, we'd pivoted 5 times. So coming into this, we were probably a couple pivots away from completely switching up the technology yet again. And as a CTO, of course, this was a very stressful time for me. But with product refinements occurring daily, it was very hard for us to work with asynchronous teams and international employees, especially because the way I like to run teams, I want the entire team, especially as long as we can, I want the entire team to be involved in decision making, whether it be a pivot, whether it be recalculating our trajectory for the upcoming year. And this was very hard. So the first step to bringing people on full time was figuring out how to hire effectively. I've seen a ton of teams just bring on people for the sake of bringing on people, and people believing that headcount is just going to drive growth. But as we've seen time and again, with companies that have been in the news in the not so recent past, hiring blindly is not the solution. So I began having conversations with a bunch of hiring managers, fellow founders, and some potential candidates, all via LinkedIn, personal connections. But all of what I heard, I was able to condense to 3 C's. Now, what are these 3 C's? Some of them I mentioned earlier, but the biggest one is communication. When I was thinking about what to speak today, I was considering giving communication all the 3 C's, because communication is very important. A lot of engineering and a lot of technology development is communication. A lot of it comes down to the what's and the hows. What are we building? How are we building it? How do we integrate with this large partner that we have? How does the code work? And I mean, I can tell you for a fact, we spend at least 5 hours a week spending time communicating, aligning the team on the business. Now, without a team that communicates well, this 5 hours can easily stretch to 7, maybe 10 hours. And maybe at some point it starts impacting delivery, because you spend so much time discussing and planning that you never get to implementation. So I'll spare you the details on our code reviews and our demo days, but our goal at Mount is to build a team of engineers that are eager to hear and provide feedback. And great communication is a very valuable characteristic of being a great engineer. And we look for that in candidates. We look for that, we develop it, and we try and promote it among our current employees. The way we do this is we structure our interviews in a format where we test their communication skills by having them prepare and present a small presentation on a programming challenge. So instead of sending people off to LeetCode or HackerRank or the various other employee programming challenges there are out in the market, we actually design our very own small programming challenge, which is intended to be completed in a week. It's a sort of a project style and leaves it open to the candidate to interpret and have their own take on how they want a solution, how they want to present a solution. At the end of the 7 days, we have them present their solution to us. And a big part of this, because this entire project is architected and implemented by them, the biggest part of this is ensuring that they can communicate what they built, how they built it, and why they made certain design decisions to us. And this pretty much is the first step of our technical interview. That's how we look for communication. Next, we've got commitment. Now, like Andrei mentioned earlier, commitment is key. This is the most important characteristic for a hyper-performant and agile team. As CTOs at startups, we all live by the fail fast culture, or at least we like to think we do. We want to keep making progress, whether it's successful or not, as long as we can learn from the mistakes we make and keep improving and keep developing. I believe this creates great learning experiences, but at the same time, it can be demoralizing because you spend a week building something, turns out it doesn't work, and you're back to the drawing board. So realistically, you want a team that's committed to the goal, that's committed to the end goal of the business, and is able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. These are the kind of people that stick around, that stay with you through the process, and create that core team that you want alongside you. Speaking of the core team, the last C rather, is culture. So when you have a team as small as we had, it's very, very important to find the right culture fit. I'm a strong believer that the culture of any startup comes from the founders and then the early and core employees. So it was very important for us to find the right people and build a friendly and open culture, one that we try to embody, but also enables collaboration, enables the employees developing themselves through interactions with other employees, through interactions with their seniors, with their peers. But the biggest issue with defining this company culture is that once it's set, it's set. You sort of have to live with it, whether it's good or bad. It's kind of like a habit. It's very, very hard to change. So in my experience as a project manager and a product manager, I've seen tons of teams come in, try to work on something. I've seen teams which have great dynamics. I've seen teams which have not so great dynamics. And the biggest difference that I see between teams that have great dynamics and teams that don't are how well the team members gel together. While this is not something that I've been able to control in my past role, in my current role, I try and ensure that any candidates who we're bringing on to the team work really well with the current team. Now, that isn't to say that we build an echo chamber. We do need differing opinions. We definitely need people who aren't just yes men. And there's a fine line. This, unfortunately, only comes with experience. You can interview 10 candidates, and maybe at the end of the 10th one, you'll figure out, okay, 5 of them were yes men or women. And what I really need is somebody who can call me out when I make mistakes, who isn't afraid to speak up. This is very important. Now, this comes back to communication, but as somebody mentioned in the chat, it is very, very hard to find technical specialists with excellent communication skills. And I completely agree. But as CTOs and as founders, our goal is to find these diamonds in the rough. You have to find these people who are great communicators, who are excited to take on something and learn, but you need to bring them out. You need to show them that they can learn. That's something that we try to do. Our culture, or at Mount, we start hiring early. We hire people right as they come out of college and train them. We train them on our technologies. We train them on how to become a better engineer. And we bring them to a point where they are contributing heavily to our product. So I can go back and talk about our story hiring. So we figured out what we wanted. We had the 3 C's. We knew what we wanted to look for in our candidates, but now it was time to go out and hire. I vividly remember the first time we hired. I spent 1 week in back-to-back meetings with potential hires. I remember my calendar, I had 15-minute meetings back-to-back for 5 entire days. I got nothing done that week, but I think that was the most important part of the process. As a founder, as a CTO, especially when your company is 4 people strong, you want to go in and look at candidates from start to finish. You want to evaluate them on team fit. You want to evaluate them on their technical fit. Of course, the 3 C's, and then eventually bring them in to meet the entire team. I like to think that our comprehensive and thorough vetting process and fit checking ensured that when we gave Brett and Travis their offers, we were lucky enough to get them both. Now, Brett and Travis, they are the core engineers who are helping build Mount alongside me. And I like to think that I'm very, very lucky to have them both on our team, because where we were in September, I did not imagine in my wildest dreams that in May, early June, we'd be shipping out a product. But something I learned through the hiring process, especially after I'd screened a couple of candidates, was that you might have seen interviews with larger companies. There, the company culture is established. The candidates have people to speak to try and understand what the company culture is, what the goal of the company is, what the company is trying to do. But as startups, you don't have that many employees out there. You don't have that much info about your company. So you need to treat meetings with potential employees a bit like an investor intro meeting. It's the easiest way to gauge their commitment. If you describe your vision to them and you see their eyes light up when you're talking to them about your business, you know you have the right person. Especially when you're building your core team, you want believers. Again, you don't want them to be drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak, but you definitely want them to be dedicated to your cause, to be able to see why you're building what you're building. These are the people who will stick with you till the end. And these are the people you want to hire. The other thing that I learned was, as founders, we understand private equity. We understand what equity means at a privately held company. But not everyone does. Not everyone understands that 1% of the company is a huge amount, especially because that 1% sort of stays with you as the company grows. Now, of course, it's a different story if the company doesn't, but if the candidate believes in your company, they believe it will grow. And it is very, very important to explain to them what their percentage or their share in the company means to them. As a pre-seed company, we were definitely unable to match the market rate that a lot of the other companies were offering to candidates. The way we tried to make up for this is we offered our employees a great compensation package with both cash and equity components, which I like to think brought the offer up to market rate. But what we realized was, towards the end of the interview cycle, it was very important to become upfront with the candidates about compensation. A lot of them are taking bets on their life by working for us, which means they're taking bets on us. So you want your employees to trust you. And the biggest part and the most important part of this is, when your employees trust you, they understand that you're not there to get them. You're instead there to support them and help them help you grow. And you want to establish that from the very beginning. And that's what we tried to do. So let's say you're at this stage. You know, you've hired some people, and you think to yourself, you know, phew, I'm done. I just finished hiring. It's time to take a break. But no, you're not. You're never done. As a CTO, you're leading product dev. You're the project manager. You are also involved in hiring and aligning the team with the business. So it's time to step into your other pair of shoes. As a team lead, you want to create an environment that fosters communication and collaboration. The way we did it at Mount was every day we have people post their updates for the day in Slack. We follow that up with a team stand-up. And the goal of the stand-up is, we call it a stand-up, but really it's a little more than it. At this point, everybody's had time to take a look at everybody else's updates. We then meet, discuss, and provide feedback to each other because we've had time to review the work that everybody has done. Every Friday, we set up demo days for one team member to proudly present their win of the week for everybody to see. Now, I think within engineering teams, this is very important. It's important to show everybody what everybody's up to. I think it helps align everyone and understand that, let's say we're about to block somebody because we aren't working on a feature that we were supposed to be working on. When we see that our peer, our colleague, is getting to the point where they can't make further progress, we might switch gears and start making progress in the correct direction. I think the daily updates and the daily stand-ups definitely help with alignment, and the demo days definitely boost morale. Another big part of technology teams, and something that I've noticed, is sometimes the tech does not get enough visibility. Especially, like Andrei mentioned, the tech is something that runs the business. The business runs to help the customers, the tech runs to help the business. Now, the business often doesn't care how the magic works behind the curtain. But I like to think that it's very important for the business to know how these things work, because one, that will help them have an appreciation for what we do as technologists, and at the same time, help them understand why changes take time. So in our all hands meetings, we ensure to have the tech updates, we ensure that tech updates have team-wide visibility, which lends credibility to the engineers, and at the same time gives the team a peek behind the curtain that happens to run the show just like they want it to. So with that, I realized that I've spent a ton of time talking about a hiring process, but I haven't really told you what we do. And I think that'll help you understand why we've had luck hiring on Story. So Mount is a consumer-to-consumer marketplace that lets you rent anything from anyone at any time. Now, I mentioned this, but most of you might be thinking this is pretty broad. So we're currently focused on travel, and we're making it possible for short-term rental hosts to diversify their revenue and create a better guest experience while setting up a passive income stream. We're trying to create unexpected exploration, and we're trying to make it possible, empowering hosts, travelers, and locals equally, and opening up the shared economy. Imagine a world where you could take off on a trip and pack just a backpack. Well, maybe a toothbrush in your backpack, but maybe just some clothes and a toothbrush. We think that no one should be tied down to a place, much less an office, and we're all about the nomadic life. So we're building a platform for exactly this. We want to create empowering travel experiences anywhere in the world. Right now, I think all of our employees truly believe in our vision and embody it. We have team members who we hired within the US who have now moved to Barcelona, who have moved to temporarily to London and a lot of other places in the world. But it's really important to see that your team's vision and your culture actually translate to something that the team embodies and takes with them. And that's something we try to do. With this, I end my monologue, but if anybody has questions, I'm happy to answer any in the chat.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. I love so many of the points that you made there. It's really important, I think, to find that core group of people when you're dealing with any startup to make sure that they're on culture, on brand, because that's going to become the nucleus of the value of the company, right? Not just its brand value, but its eventual valuation, right? And I think that it's remarkable, I think, figuring out as a founder. I'm a founder myself. I know, you have experience. So it's this interesting thing where anything that about yourself that is unresolved gets magnified by every layer that you add to a company, right? If there's something about your own lack of communication or your own lack of integration with your emotions or whatever it is that you're struggling with, gets amplified by every single person you add, every single client you add. So those layers you add just magnify whatever it is. So it's so important to make sure that you get that right at the outset, and then make sure the people that you bring on do the same, because it's just going to get more and more heavy with whatever it is that you don't have right at the outset, right? I don't know if you've experienced that, but I've definitely seen companies where it's like, oh, the founder's like that, no wonder the whole company is like this. So when you're a wonderful founder, like you clearly are, that really attracts the right people and helps it steer the ship, as it were. So really, really important. I love what you said about like the team and technical fit. And I know it's really hard, getting anybody in engineering or IT that is, communication is their first love is usually unusual. So it's I'm sure it's, even for you, I'm sure doing a speech is like, oh God, you're probably an introvert like every other CTO, right? So it's I commend you for putting yourself out there like that.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. Just a quick reminder to any presenters, if you guys do have a presentation that you want to bring along with your speech, make sure that you choose to share in full screen so we can all see it. Also for audience members, make sure if you've got questions, and I'm just going to leave the floor open just for a minute here to see if anybody has any questions so far before we move on to our next speaker. But go ahead if you have questions and put them in the chat, and that way we can have the speakers address them at the end. So quickly, any questions before we move on about, how you can come up with those compensation packages? I know that can be challenging too when you're dealing with limited funds as a startup, but you really need those good people. So I think you made a lot of good points about, bringing equity in the mix to try to bring it up to market standards, et cetera. Awesome. Okay. So our next speaker is Preet Raj. He is going to talk about building technology that adapts and scales easily with product market fit. So this will include why engineering leaders and engineers need to think about the product market fit while building those systems, working with the businesses to understand, okay, the one key metric that really matters here, what is that? Let's make sure that that's integrated. The importance of sharing the key metric with the entire engineering team to instill a sense of urgency and quality, helping the business to pivot with the help of adaptable and scalable technology if necessary after finding the right product market fit, and then how these learnings helped a lot when they themselves pivoted from a B2C product to a B2B SaaS offering. So just a little bit about Preet. So he's the co-founder and CTO of Backstage. He's a top 10 CTO to watch in 2022. He's an entrepreneur, he's an ex Goldman Sachs guy, ex JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. So obviously he's got some really great experience here. He is a seasoned engineer and leader, an industry speaker, and a Wall Street tech veteran, having worked with Goldman Sachs, as I said, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, recently featured by the top 10 CTOs to watch in the 2022 Entrepreneur magazine. So that's incredible honor. He's also an expert in building technology that reaches millions and has headed engineering for fintech, consumer tech, SaaS startups, scaled teams from 2 to over 20 employees, and helped generate multi-million dollars in revenue. We are very excited to have you with us, Preet.
Thank you, April. Thanks a lot. And I
Yeah.
was actually loving the conversation between you and Andrei. I think it's the beginning of the importance of just talking about product market fit and how engineers, not just the leadership, all engineers get so narrow focused about just building technology because it's cool. And
Yeah.
believe me, I've been there. I love that. I'm a hardcore engineer at heart. But over the time, you really need to understand how these things kind of play a huge role, why you need to really understand why you're building it, or what's the importance of really understanding the
Right.
business that you're building it for. It's great to have a cool piece of technology that's groundbreaking, or if it's like cutting edge, not even maybe not cutting edge, bleeding edge. A lot of engineers just love to dive into like amazing cool technology, but all of
Yeah.
that needs to kind of fit into perspective when you're building something amazing, especially when you're early on into product building, when you have limited resources, limited money, limited everything. So basically, that's the thing that I really want to talk about today. I have a presentation that I'm going to share. And I
Perfect.
apologize to everyone before because my dog is in a mood today. He really wants to play. So he's by my side. He's trying to lick my hand every 5 minutes. So I apologize if I have to cater to that every 2 minutes.
It's the nomadic life that we were just talking about, right? Just part of the new reality.
Exactly, exactly. So
Awesome.
let me
And you have
know.
a presentation you're going to put on
I
full
do.
screen, right? I want to make sure that that works okay for you.
So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, so I am today going to talk about the importance of understanding product market fit for engineering leaders. That's the whole idea of today's presentation. And I mean, I'm going to skip the part because April generously introduced me. But I am the CTO and co-founder of Backstage, and just spending 30 seconds quickly about what Backstage is. It's a social engagement SaaS platform that helps boost engagement and get better consumer insights for every brand that uses our platform. And this is particularly important because of the evolution of the product is very important in terms of how we kind of pivoted from where we started and where we ended. uh, on a high level, these are the things that I would want to talk about today, and these are just pure learnings from my own experiences, not just in my startup, but all the startups that I've worked with, created engineering teams, created product, and these are just the learnings that I think really helped me understand and align really closely with the business. So, on a high level, why engineering leaders really need to understand product market fit. Like, what is really product market fit? Why does that play an important role while you're building systems? Why do you need a constant feedback cycle from engineers, from your clients, and how that plays an important role in kind of building your product? And one thing that I think I'm personally kind of guilty, founder bias, is something that is very, very real. And whether you are in a top level executive position or a founder, things like that, building features that you kind of like, but you have not really validated with the market, always come into play. And there's a whole subset. I was trying to look for a meme or a GIF that would represent this, but I couldn't find one. That what your clients actually really want and what we end up building, and the number of features. And the other things are how engineering leaders need to really work closely with the top company leadership to understand, identify, and track that one key metric that especially matters when you are in early stages of a company. This could be this is a combination of all the KPIs. This could be a consumer acquisition cost. This could be lead generation, depending on the type of business you are in. This could also be like engagement if you are a complete B2C or your MAUs. And why is it super important to share those metrics, how you're progressing, how's the company growing with your entire team, not just engineering. If you have a marketing, if you have sales guys in your ecosystem, why do you need to share all these important metrics with them so that they can really help understand uh, or help you guide you, give their feedback in terms of why it's working, why it's not working. And to put all of this in perspective, I would want to talk about the evolution of Backstage, because it just would give an easier way to kind of understand the learnings. So initially, when we launched, we were a B2C ecosystem, and the product that we launched was Flix. And initially, what we wanted to solve, this was a personal problem between me and my co-founder. Also had the same problem. Why we wanted to solve this is because uh, there are so many streaming providers, and you have limited time to watch, and it becomes kind of a decision paralysis in terms of what you should watch and what can you watch in that time. And most of the times what happened with me personally was I ended up rewatching a lot of stuff that was Breaking Bad, Friends, or I don't know, whatever was easily accessible. But what we soon realized was a lot of these recommendations actually came from our friends and family. And we wanted to this could be water cooler conversations that you're having with your friends. This could be a night out with your friends or family when you're discussing about Game of Thrones, where can you watch it. So that was kind of a light bulb moment for all of us in terms of why don't we create an ecosystem that kind of helps people decide what to watch and where to watch. So we created this social networking ecosystem where you can follow each other, you can recommend people movies, shows, and with one click of a button it can directly play on your smart TV. And we actually created this amazing platform. We created Google Alexa skills also, that you can directly ask Alexa, hey Alexa, what is say Andrei watching, or what is April watching, and it will be so smart and tell you that hey, April is watching Game of Thrones, would you like to play it on my smart TV. And that's how we started. And we got I would say moderate success. So I just wanted to put it out there, we won the Google Play Awards for Best Apps of 2020. We also partnered with Flix, with Filmfare. It's like the Oscars of India, to do the first OTT awards. We had about close to 200K people using our ecosystem, and this would consider we consider this as moderate success. But what we did notice is even after creating this amazing platform, really cool features, uh, people were loving our platform, but they were not coming back to our platform once they get a recommendation. So this essentially meant that we asked them, why are you not coming back to the application, our initial beta testers. And they said that because they end up binge watching a series after they get the recommendation for 2 weeks, or maybe 3 weeks, or even a week. The problem with that is, honestly, everybody who's have seen that if you are not using an app for 2 or 3 weeks, you forget about it. And at that time, a point of time, you're lost. Even if you send notifications, you do a ton of things, you have kind of lost that user if they're not coming back. So that was kind of learning for all of us, especially our core leadership team, to understand really what is going on. How can we change this? How can we change the consumer behavior, or how can we modify the product to kind of uh, cater to this problem that we're seeing? So in this case, we were kind of measuring the engagement time of users using our app. We were also looking at the MAUs and DAUs. How can we up that? So we started experimenting with a lot of things. We started experimenting with, we created a Reddit slash Facebook style forum where people, especially if you look at, people love to talk about fan theories. They love to talk about alternative endings of movies and shows. So we kind of said that why don't we ended up creating a forum where people could talk about, and it was going well, but we were still not seeing enough success in terms of the KPIs that we were tracking. So we experimented with audio bites, that people can start making it more interactive by recording uh, their conversations, and it became a nice and interactive way for people to talk about these movies and shows. Then our beta testers, out of those initial users that were using our app, they actually told us that, why are you limiting us to just movies and shows? Why can't I talk about politics? Why can't I talk about sports, entertainment, all of those things? And that gave us a bigger opportunity in terms of creating a podcasting platform for an interactive podcasting platform for all of this, where people can just talk about their whatever they want, and as soon as they talk about it, they can just record it at the click of a button. It becomes an amazing podcast. Point of time, we launched Backstage, a B2C ecosystem that was part of Flix, but also a different app. Over there, we started seeing success where people really like the platform in terms of ease of use. And at the same time, you would also see that Clubhouse also kind of launched uh, their ecosystem, where it was purely a live conversation ecosystem. But we had podcasting from day one. So what we realized, we saw a lot of brands using our ecosystem, where they would just go live and create these amazing pieces of content and start using it, and then share it to Spotify, share it to different podcasting mediums. So that, so we kind of we got this learning that we created a B2C ecosystem, but we saw a lot of brands using it. So this actually opened our doors or our eyes in terms of, this is a much bigger problem that we are solving, in terms of, if we take the existing piece of technology that we've built for ourselves and give it to brands to put it on their own platform, on their own websites and apps. And this is where the experience of my co-founder and we kind of comes into play, where we have worked in ad tech also, and my co-founder has almost a decade of ad tech experience. So we understood that we're solving a much bigger problem in terms of how this particular widget or this particular SaaS platform, if brands start using it on their own websites, it is going to solve a huge problem of engagement. Where if you look at digital publishers, a lot of the average engagement time becomes 1 minute. But with an interactive, good piece of content on their websites, you can see the average engagement goes up to 20 minutes. So that's when we had that aha movement and said that, why don't we create an ecosystem where it's so simple, where you just have like a line of code that any website could put uh, uh, on their uh, uh, on their website, and essentially get this whole ecosystem, this whole widget on within less than 5 minutes up and running. So this is how we kind of learn from our customer experiences, customer feedback, how we kind of learned what was working, what was not working, and we launched from Flix, and we ended up with a Backstage SaaS platform. And now we're seeing a really good product market fit, where we have close to 15 brands onboarded already using our ecosystem. We have more brands in the pipeline, and we are getting really good feedback. And the way we kind of did it, and I wanted to put this into perspective so that people kind of really see that this was this was a system put into place to really identify how we did it. Because initially we spent some time to identify our customers with Flix. We identified a market, because is our market big enough for us to create a product or not? So within Flix also, it was a way for us to, we did a lot of market research. We looked at McKinsey reports, Deloitte reports, where there's a very interesting fact over there that said that 63% of people rely on friends and family recommendations for movies and shows. And there's a joke that I like to make, that the rest 37% don't have friends. So, but yeah, that's besides the point. But that's how we identified our market. Then we ended up creating our MVP. We tested out the thesis, and we started to track and measure the usage. But unfortunately, when we were making Flix, we were in that loop of constantly kind of creating amazing features that we thought, as founders or our core engineering or our core leadership, that this is how we are going to win, by creating more and more features. And we did not spend a lot of time tracking and measuring usage of those features. But once we started doing it, that's when we really understood that where should our time be put best to use. And then we started asking for feedback from, and you'll be surprised that asking for feedback it really gets you valuable insights in whether your product really sucks or whether it's actually adding value for someone. So don't be afraid to just send out an email or just talk to your initial users, who they could be friends, they could be friends of friends, second degree, third degree connections who are using your platform, and get that feedback and consider it. Why did somebody say that? For our, it was really, really hard to listen to why somebody is not using this amazing piece of technology, why somebody is not using this amazing product. And once we understood that, we incorporated that, that's when we realized that, okay, we need to create this constant feedback cycle or for redefining or refining a product value fit. And once we did that, I think we finally found a product market fit with the widget and with the bigger problem that we are solving. Uh, so on those lines, when we were finding a product market fit, one thing that what we did was track, measure usage and our KPIs. And what I actually love talking about, this one key metric that truly matters. This is what will define uh, the entire, I think, success of not just the product, the company, because this is the truly that one metric that will define whether you are making progress in any of those directions, whether it's marketing, whether it's building technology that it's being used by your customers, or whether the business is growing where you want it to, whether it's actually hitting those targets. The way we kind of identified our metric, and it kind of changed, and and it will change for different stages of the company, but the overall, if the strategic objective doesn't change, it kind of becomes easy for you guys, for anyone to identify. For us initially, when we were a B2C kind of ecosystem of B2C kind of business, for us, the main thing was engagement and our MAUs and DAUs. So in that, it was easy enough for us to measure that it's not working. It's clearly not working, because if 200K people installed our application, how many of them are coming back on a daily basis or a monthly basis? And we had the answer, not many. We had less than 30% or 40% at times coming back, but we wanted to increase that number. And plus, we wanted to increase the time spent. Excuse me. So it was easy enough for us to identify, okay, this is what we really need to focus on. And uh, and how did we end up tracking it? So for this, early on, my huge suggestion for everybody who's starting a company, who's starting a product, is tracking those metrics in any form. It could be as simple as throwing a Google Tag Manager for analytics and looking at uh, those metrics in a much granular way, so that it becomes much easier to visualize those things. A lot of If you're a B2B company now, since our objective is uh, kind of changed, but not really, because even though we are a B2B SaaS company or a platform, we still have our whole ecosystem is B2B2C. So we are creating, or our product caters to consumers, but our clients are other businesses. So in the end, we still have to make sure that the product that our businesses use are really helping their clients. And the way we want to track it is obviously engagement, better conversion. And the other part is for us personally, whether our ecosystem is getting us more leads or not, whether this product is actually solving a need or not. So those are the things we started to track. And once we started to track, we made a conscious decision of reviewing it every week with our entire team, so that we really tell them, because we are kind of early on, and it kind of makes sense to kind of keep everybody in the loop, tell them why they are building this product, why every engineer needs to be involved, maybe not in the decision making, but at least understanding uh, what are they building and whether it's actually making an impact or not. And you will be surprised that once you start sharing these things with your engineering team, with generally your team, you would see the difference in the mindset, in terms of where you give them a goal, where the goal is not just, okay, I have to work on these 5 tickets today, and I have to create a button on the side, or I have to create this amazing ingestion platform. Their goal becomes a lot bigger, that I have to do X, Y, and Z, because this is the direct impact of this. Because okay, we are adding a new feature because this might increase the engagement time by 20%. This might increase the revenue uh, for our clients by X percentage. Once you give that perspective, you will see everything kind of changes completely. So that's why a huge uh, I think recommendation from my side would be to identify that metric and continue tracking it and review it with your entire team. The next thing is kind of I love this meme that building features, and this is purely related to founder bias. Initially, when you're starting off in a company, and you'll be surprised that even much later stages of companies, when you're Series C, Series D, founders still have that founder bias of saying, let's create this feature, let's create that feature, because this is a gut feeling that we have. Our customers would love it. But if you would see that if you want to draw it as a Venn diagram, you would see that what features the customers really want to use and what we build is a huge difference. That we build this amazing set of features, and we have been guilty of that, of course, that we built, I don't know, Mount Everest, but the number of features that our clients actually using out of that is so small. So how we kind of refine that is we got into a constant feedback cycle where our account managers or our sales reps also have uh, the duty of constantly gathering feedback from our existing customers, so that we really know what is working and what's not working. It's great to keep track of it in terms of the things that we talked about in the previous slide, that what we should do uh, in terms of tracking. But I think the best way is to just get consumer insights from your consumers and keep on refining the product. One thing in extension to this is, once you kind of give perspective to your engineers, your engineering leaders, you have to empower them in terms of allowing them to say that why are we building this, who is going to benefit from this particular feature. And once you kind of, and I've been in both sides, being a founder slash CTO, and also headed engineering for different startups, and you'll be surprised that just asking that question really helps the founders in terms of reevaluating all their decisions. When you ask these basic questions, that why are we building this, who is going to use it, and also if you explain to them in terms of the time that it would take, and things change definitely. So yeah, so this was kind of the main things that I wanted to talk about. uh, there's the Backstage platform that I wanted to kind of give you guys an overview of what the platform is basically. How we kind of, if you've seen the journey already from Flex to Backstage, but Backstage is a interactive consumer engagement platform for brands to really engage, build direct relationships, and better consumer insights. And the reason why I kind of have this slide over here is to give you really perspective that how a B2C social movie recommendation app went from that into this B2B widget that these brands are currently using on their websites and apps to improve social engagement, collect better first party information, especially in today's world. Because if you see that how GDPR and CCPA have really changed uh, the consumer behavior, have really changed how businesses operate and keep information, and how can they collect information. So they need alternative ways of start collecting information. So that's where our ecosystem, our widget comes into play, where we have seen really good traction where consumers interact with the widget, and we collect this awesome information, consumer insights that are available through a brand dashboard. uh, and what our widget is being used for, it's live interactive broadcasting, much better consumer insights. And for digital publishers, we have seen that it can lead to new monetization ways and alternative sources of commerce. So yeah, guys, so this was me. Love to get
Amazing. Thank you so much. First of all, I do like Game of Thrones. I also like Friends. So you use good examples. I guess you know your target audience, so you're like living the talk here. No, I think it's so interesting. I love that Sam Jackson meme too. It's like, I dare you to build something talking to customers. I mean, it's so true. Just because, to your point, I mean, if people aren't going to use this amazing tech that you work so hard on, what's the point, right? And then you're not going to get additional investments from investors, et cetera. Right? So it's going to end up being a bit of a situation. So I know it can be, it's a little bit like being an artist too. If any of you are also musicians or something, right? It's like you have to kind of kill your greatest ideas that you love, but maybe they aren't going to speak to anyone else, right? And the whole point is to have that kind of dialogue with other people through your technology
100%.
or through your art, right?
I mean, yeah, I would love to actually show you. I don't know if it's okay. I want to show you the backstage platform and how it is.
Oh, I'd
How we.
love that.
So give me 1 second. Let me reshare my screen. And
Yeah,
actually,
let's do that.
so what Backstage is all about is actually helping businesses boost engagement via live and interactive experiences on their sites. So that's the whole idea. Because if you see in today's world, it becomes really, really hard for businesses to kind of, 1 second, let me share my screen also, to really kind of understand where their audience is. So if you look at a D2C ecosystem, so this is a site called GoStops, where our widget is currently live. This is another site called Misters, where our widget is also live. I'm going to talk about that. But the bigger problem that we're solving in today's ecosystem is if you look at a traditional D2C brand, uh, if 100 people come on their website and they get only the information of 2% of those people, because only 2% end up buying stuff, and the rest 98% drop off because they probably did not find the right fit or did not get enough information. So what our product or our ecosystem does is helps generate better first party information, helps get better consumer insights for any kind of brand, especially if you are a D2C brand or if you are a digital publisher like New York Times. So in that, especially for a publisher, their biggest problem today is engagement, where people drop off for within less than 10 seconds. That's the average industry number. And because of GDPR and CCPA laws, what you would see is, unfortunately, all these businesses cannot collect consumer information without consent. So they are looking for alternative ways of how can we get consumer information. How can we actually ask April to give her email or phone number so that we can probably send her better ways of I don't know, a discount coupon for being a great a brand champion, or how can we retarget her, how can we customize her experience when she comes to Nike.com, how can we do all of that. So for that, first party information becomes really, really crucial, and businesses are currently struggling to collect good first party data. So what we came up with is, if you see on the right hand side, this is a D2C brand called Misters. And what they did, they are a men's sexual health awareness brand that sell products. They talk about taboo subjects. And what happened was, Instagram was kind of shadow banning them a lot of times when they were trying to put good content out there. The way, and what we did was, and they actually discovered Backstage when we were D2C, uh, a B2C application, consumer focused completely. So they actually ended up creating a lot of amazing content just by going live on the widget. And you will see that these are all the podcasts that they ever recorded on the widget. If there was a live conversation, they can just click over here, and anybody who's coming on misters.com, they would kind of be able to listen to the conversation, become a speaker. If the moderators want to make them a speaker, they can easily make them a speaker. But this is like a complete social network where you would see that you can see all the speakers that ever participated. You can play this recording
because
and
not
then
everyone likes to talk about
in
their
the background
experience around
and
sex
continue
in
using the
public.
ecosystem. If you see, this is a whole following ecosystem where you can look at everything. It's a whole social network. There's a call to action button where businesses can add to cart features with direct integrations if they're selling this product. There's a product involved in this conversation. So we did a lot of neat stuff in terms of how we
That
can
is
boost
so cool.
engagement. And the other amazing thing is this is another website or another brand that we went live with. This is a digital publisher. This is an APAC region publishers who focuses on entertainment. But this is the new widget view that we recently experimented with. That this gives you more information about what the conversation is about. So as you can see that this keeps on changing with the conversations. This is a different view that businesses or brands can elect, but we kind of focus on this. And the main thing over here in all of this is, oh, I didn't show you one of the coolest things that we kind of do for businesses is you can kind of copy this and send it. If I send it to you, April, in this case, it is smart enough to redirect and land you back on the Mister's website on or any brand that is using this and open the same piece of content. And it keeps track of pre-shared it with April, and creates a whole social engagement score that brands can look at it. And who is the brand champion? Who is getting the most consumers on the website? Who's interacting the most? We also keep track of consumer behavior in this whole ecosystem. That how much time did somebody spend? If there's a product in the cart left, can we collect all that information also and present it in the brand dashboard? So every client that uses our ecosystem gets access to this dashboard. And the really amazing thing that we all the current companies that are using us or brands that are using us give access to this first party information that is consented by the users, where they have access to emails, phone numbers. They can create cohorts of audience members, and they can target them, they can reach out to them based on all the information that we've gathered. We do advanced level analytics for showing people where is that audience information coming from, where is the most audience participation, what piece of content is working or not working, distribution by city, state, what is the most visited web page on their site, where is their traffic source coming from, which devices users are using, what impressions were served, what top users are there. So we go ahead and do a lot of advanced level analytics. And to get this widget up and running, it takes less than 5 minutes. It's just a piece of JavaScript that anybody can just throw in, and it's just up and running in less than 3 minutes. And
That's
yeah,
so cool.
we have really gone far and created something called our creator studio also. So if you are a brand who wants to kind of create multiple uh, pieces of content just from your podcast, you can just edit it in studio, select it, download it, and very soon you'll be able to export it to Instagram and all of those other places.
Very
And
cool.
yes,
I have a couple questions for you.
absolutely. Yeah, let me
I'm
stop
going to
sharing.
put you on the spot here, though. No, you may want to go back to it, but I want to ask you two things. So first of all,
Absolutely.
what are some features that you added because of consumer feedback that you hadn't thought of before that you weren't planning on?
So one was the most recent one, is over here. So our widget is fully customizable for any brand. So you would say that you can customize the theme, the position of where you want the widget to show up. But all this was only configurable on one configuration, just desktop. And it wasn't on the same configuration was desktop versus the mobile side of
Mm.
the widget. So as soon as we said that, we got some feedback from actually a company called Ghost Ops who's using our widget. They said they want a different configuration on their mobile website versus their desktop website, and they want this view on their mobile website and the other expanded view on their desktop website. So we kind of we went back to the drawing board, and within, I think it was less than a day, we kind of churned out those two positional settings and said that why don't you just go and configure it from your dashboard right away. And then we just made it happen.
I love it.
And this was just because they said that this is how they would want to use it, and it naturally made sense that yes, people, there would be limited real estate on mobile websites, and people and brands would need that ability to customize that on their own. And the other thing was publishing their podcast right from here. because initially what was happening, they were downloading the podcast that they recorded on Backstage, and then they were publishing on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And we said, wait a minute, why don't we make this so much easier for them, where within one click of a button, they can just copy this entire RSS feed and post it
Smart.
wherever they want. Excuse me. So yeah,
Yeah, super smart.
we took their feedback into consideration, and we made it happen.
I love that. And then here's my second question, which is related.
Absolutely.
What did you originally have planned for the tech that you had to get, they say kill your babies in writing, right? What did you have to get rid of that you loved because you realized it wasn't serving the customer or they didn't want it?
So, if you remember, there were a lot of things. I shouldn't say a lot. There were a few. But if you remember that I talked about Alexa Google skills that we created, so we thought that would be a really neat feature that says that, hey guys, hey Alexa, what is April watching? Hey Alexa, what does April recommend? And it was really neat to see that, hey, we can do that, and Alexa would say that, hey Alexa, hey, April recommends Queen's Gambit, for example, and would you want to play it on your smart TV? And if you said yes, it would directly play it on your smart TV. And we loved it. I used it, but after a while that we saw that people are not using it, like the interactivity with that, I think with the smart devices is not to an extent where we kind of imagined it would be. And we were kind of, I would say, we were before ahead of our times, where the expected growth of smart devices is supposed to happen by 2026, where people will get more comfortable in terms of interacting and doing that. And we created something that was, where people were not ready, and that happens all the time. But it's there to use. Once I think people get more comfortable, I think they'll start using it. But in this entire thing, I mean, we definitely faced a lot of challenges in terms of tech to making this work, because our technology, we got a lot of questions in terms of scaling. Can your widget accommodate for millions of users coming on if we are doing a live stream sports event? And people and we said yes, because we wanted to make it happen. We made it happen. We worked with a lot of really, I think, groundbreaking technology in terms of WebRTC, so that we can do peer-to-peer communication using Google's WebRTC protocols. And so engineering challenges were a handful, uh, obviously, but all of this was irrelevant if we had no customers, and none of them were using, because
Yeah.
it would essentially be we building this in a silo, but we don't have anybody using it. And the other thing that we also realized, and I think we need to do a better job as a company. I think not just me, I've seen a lot of initial startup founders kind of struggling with that, is we build and build, but we do not market it well, in terms of nobody knows that you have these amazing 30 different things, 30 different features that would potentially benefit your clients or your consumers. How do you kind of market them? Do you send up constant feedback emails? You reach out to them once a week, once a month? We just have to get better at it. Use social media platforms to kind of do that. And why it becomes really important with especially technologists is because we said, what's next? We've built this. What's the next feature can we work on? Instead of closing the loop on that, tying a ribbon beautifully and saying that this product is complete, not just this feature is complete. When you say a feature is complete, it needs to kind of say that, uh, is it being used? What is pending? How can we improve it? Once you see that success in that product feature, that's when you say it's complete. And the entire engineering team needs to be part of that conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's interesting because I think, to your point, we so often forget when we're just in creation mode and we want to build this thing that's in our head. We don't always take into account the landscape. Okay, are other people doing this? How does this serve a need that it does, that's in the marketplace that isn't being filled, rather than, okay,
100%.
I know that I want to make this thing, and people are going to use it because it's great. But I actually have a marketing background, so from my perspective, it can be really challenging when you work with startups, and they're coming to the table with something that's exactly like 3 or 4 other things out there, right? Then how do we pitch that to the media? How do we market that? How do we make it sound special when it's not? And so I think your points are really relevant, because there is that next piece that has to happen, right? You still have to get out there and let people know about the fact that you created this amazing solution. But if the amazing solution isn't doing anything unique, that's really hard, right? Then you're putting a lot of faith in marketers being able to figure out some spin to it that but it's much easier to actually communicate something that you're doing that is really serving need, that is really unique, that
Exactly.
nobody else is doing, right?
And sometimes it's just a matter of changing the conversation or the narrative of how you want to approach it when you're talking to people, because a lot of times it's especially in my, why don't you get it, it's so obvious, why don't you get it? But the problem is with us, I think technologists, in the sense where you build this when you assume that people would get it right away, but you have to take a step back and say that, okay, if they're not getting it, where is the problem? It's clearly not with them, because they're smart people on the other side. If they're not getting it, take that feedback into account, change your conversation, change the narrative, and then reapproach it. And we were surprised that that really worked in just changing those small small things, and it really helped
Yeah,
us, like those
yeah,
small things.
yeah.
uh,
Yeah, it's really true. It's interesting. So the company that I founded is called Trust Relations, and it's partly based on, I'm sure as tech people, a lot of you guys know about trust relationship. So the definition of that is an agreed upon relationship between two or more system elements that's governed by criteria for secure interaction, behavior,
mhm.
and outcomes relative to the protection of assets. So basically, it's where you decide that there's a secure bond formed where you can share that information, right? And so the idea of trust relations behind this is that you do want the customer, there should be a two-way communication street, right? You need it to be that you're serving them, and you're having a dialogue back and forth. And so I think your point is really relevant to, it really speaks to me personally, right? Because this is my passion point, where it's like you need to make sure that you have that trust between both parties. And I think part of the way you do that in it as CTOs, which is, I mean, you guys are the ones that are basically building that roadmap between how the people are going to interact with the brand and with what you're providing. And so it's so important, this point that you're making about making sure that you actually are engaged with them, and that they can engage back with you, and that it's fluid and intuitive, right? Because not everybody, I mean, tech people like you tend to be really heady, and everything makes sense to you. But you have to take a step back and say, okay, I'm dealing with a super busy dad or mom who's juggling a baby and a dog in the background and a business call, and they're trying to figure out my tech at the same time. And it has to be something that's like really intuitive and easy to use. And so
And you have to say
so
the right things
you've
also,
done
because
that.
if you have like limited attention span of people, and you have limited time, if you don't say the right things, you're
Mhm.
not going to grab their attention. And that's why you need to redefine your pitch for every person that you talk to, whether it's an investor, whether it's a potential client, or whether you're just getting feedback from someone like you, like a top marketer, in terms of what is the right thing to do. And it will not happen overnight. It will just happen with constant experience feedback, by just talking to people. Like, you just constantly have to keep on doing it. And the other thing is,
Yeah.
if you are in a position, especially if you're a CTO or a top engineering leader, if you have the opportunity to actually sit and listen in conversations also, when especially your account managers or sales reps are having these conversations with potential brands or clients, it would be great if you can listen in on those conversations. You don't have to be an active participant in that, so that you really learn firsthand is what you're building might solve the problem, but why it might also suck, and why nobody's using it. And if you're taking that leap of faith and
Yeah.
joining an early stage startup, uh, you need to be involved at the roots of that, not just building something and leaving it aside for somebody else to grow. You need to be part of the whole nurturing ecosystem, that you're building something that's going to be potentially used by a lot of people, and you're putting your DNA into it. So you really need to know
Mhm.
what what is actually going on, what is working, what's not working.
Yeah. I love the point you make too about kind of shifting the story that you're telling, or the messaging around who you're talking to, right? Because if you're talking to investors, it's a very different conversation. They want to know, okay, what's the current valuation? What's the market potential? How are you going to get there? What's your business plan? How is this going to produce a profit, et cetera, right? Whereas if you're talking to a
Exactly.
customer, they don't care about any of that. They just want to know, is it easy to use? How does it how does it work for me? What does it cost? All
Exactly.
those kinds of things. So it is important to consider your audience especially depending on if you're, founder and CTO kind of thing, that it's really important to be able to read the room, as it were, and figure out who is this person, and how can I speak to them from the place that with their interests in mind, and what they're hoping to get out of this
And that's a tough
conversation and
job. That's a
solution.
tough job. I mean, I commend people who do that because reading people's skill is not easy. Just to kind of change the narrative on the fly, uh,
Yeah.
and kind of make sure that selling. I think selling is one of the hardest things to do. I think me personally, because I've built so many products, I've scaled these technologies. That comes easy. But if nobody's using your platform, who are you building it for? That's why I commend
Right.
salespeople a lot now, because I really understand where that's a skill that you really need to have. Top marketers, sales people, that's just a different breed.
Hmm. But it all becomes easier based on what you're talking about, right? If the CTO and the engineering team can get the solution right and provide something that's not already out there, to the point from before, right? Then the job of the salesperson becomes much easier. Otherwise, it's a lot of smoke and mirrors and David Blaine kind of stuff, right? Which is
Absolutely.
not I will tell you, it's not very fun. I don't like doing that, because you feel like a shyster rather than you're just delivering, something that exists that's actually wonderful. So
Yeah,
good for you for sharing this with everybody. I know it's hard to hear sometimes, I'm sure, but especially
it
when
is.
you have this amazing idea and it's going to be amazing. But yeah, and it is amazing, it just doesn't help anyone.
Exactly. I mean, it would probably help you because you're building it but when you
Yeah.
create a product, creating a product is different from creating a company. That's the key thing that I think engineers and engineering leaders really need to understand, that okay, you are not just building the product, you're helping build the company. And if that's that subtle difference, if people really understand that, what would it take for the product to become this company? Because if there is no product, there is no company, especially for a tech company. So that
Hmm.
if they get involved in those processes from the very beginning, I think that just saves everybody a lot of time, a lot of back and forth, a lot of, I think, culture from day one, where it's just not top down, it's kind of flat, where you have this open dialogue with the company leadership in terms of exchanging ideas, where it's more collaborative. So I always believe that many minds are better than one mind. If just one person is the smartest person, is probably giving you ideas, he might give you great ideas. But if there are 5 or 10 people contributing, that idea is definitely going to be a lot bigger.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It's so interesting. Well, do you have any, kind of like three takeaways that you want other people, based on your experiences and some of the things that you had to learn the hard way? Are there any, top three lessons that you can impart to other startup, CTOs that might really help them avoid having an issue in the future, similar to what you
uh,
ran into?
I mean, I have a few. Uh, actually, I am a big believer of building your core team. I think we didn't talk about that because there were too many things to talk about. But I have seen a lot of failures also in terms of uh,
Mm,
building companies, building startups. But the key thing is a good team and good team dynamics. Because if you have a good team, you can take an average idea and make it very successful. But if you have a
mhm.
shitty team, unfortunately, for the lack of better words, you can take a great idea and it can be worth nothing. So I think finding that right team is key, and then who share the same passion, who share the same thought process in terms of how you want to build, how you want to take this idea to the next level. That's the
Mm.
hardest thing to do. But I think that's the one thing that I am kind of lucky or fortunate enough now. in my journey that I found the right core team members and the right co-founder to build Backstage and take it to the next level. The next thing is patience. This was the hardest thing, April, for me to really understand that patience is super, super necessary. It's not going to happen in, uh, uh, I think it's not going to happen in a day. It would just take time. And you really need
Yep.
to commit to it. So it's going to take a few years to actually see something fruitful.
Yeah, and it always takes longer than you hope it will or that you think it will, always.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And by a lot.
By a lot.
Yeah.
What do you think? Just multiply, just
Yeah,
double that.
multiply it by 4. Yeah.
Yeah. And then continue iterating till you and pivot if necessary. Don't be headstrong in terms of what you created, why you created it. If you need to pivot. Because in the business of making a business, not in the business of thinking that you're right. I think those are the 3 things that I would tell any startup founders / technologists / engineering leaders.
I love it. So helpful. Thank you so much, Preet. It's been an amazing presentation and demonstration and conversation. So thank you for all of it.
Likewise, I love this conversation.
Awesome. All right, very good. So I want to introduce our next speaker, Aman Naimat. He is going to talk about building an effective data science organization. So how do you structure culture and organization for success in data science? Who do you recruit and attract as your data scientist? What do you look for when you're looking to hire them? How do you approach getting to success in data science? Quickly about him. So he is the founder and CEO of Regrello, and he's building an operating network of manufacturers to solve supply chain problems. Very important in today's day and age. I know supply chain has been a hot topic. So he was previously an external advisor to McKinsey in data science and supply chain. Before McKinsey, he was CTO of Demandbase, where he helped grow the company to over 120 million in revenue while serving Fortune 500 clients. Prior to that, he was the co-founder and CTO of Spiderbook, one of the earliest AI-driven B2B startups. And he has an MS in computer science and MA in public policy, both from Stanford University. Very impressive credentials. We're very excited to have you with us today.
Thank you, April. I think with that intro, I'll jump in behind my motivation for the talk. My motivation was that I've been building a lot of products driven by data and ML a long time before it got where it is today, and have learned a lot of lessons around building what are the patterns and anti-patterns, what is intuitive, what is non-intuitive. There's a lot of noise as a new technology takes shape, and I wanted to share my experience now having 50 plus machine learning models, a successful product making now almost $250 million, using data and this premise. So I'll share some patterns and anti-patterns and jump right in and talk about how to build such teams as well.
Wonderful. Yeah, and I don't see your presentation yet, just as a heads up. I think if you share full screen, it should pop up.
Do you see it now?
I don't yet. Now I do. Yep,
Okay,
we're good to go.
All right. So the agenda is talk about the current status. What's different about data science and data-driven products? How do you think about building the organizations? What are some of the patterns and anti-patterns? And I'll focus on just a few things, given that it's a short talk. But has a really interesting perspective to start off with. This is from a bunch of sources, LinkedIn and others, that there are 250,000, 500,000 data scientists roughly in the world, growing that number. There are 22,000 companies marketing AI and data. Either they're saying they're doing some things in the space, they have AI products, or they have data products, or what have you. There are 26 million articles online that talk about ML and data, etc. There are 154,000 patents filed around AI. A lot of this has happened over the last decade. A lot of this I've obviously my background's in NLP from Stanford in the early days, but later on, I've been trying to commercialize this since 2012, so 10 years. So I've seen this industry grow and change. And my best guess on how many of these companies, data scientists are actually successful is that I believe at this time, there are no more than 1,000 models actually in production that's being used by people, like hundreds or thousands of users. So again, contrast that with 22,000 companies saying they're doing AI, and there are no more than 1,000 models. These are all the models even at Facebook and Google. And so you can imagine how many of these ML models and data-driven products actually work in the real world, including the Fortune 500. And I also believe from my own survey, and some of this is anecdotal, but there are only a few products we use that today we all touch, like Google Maps and stuff, that heavily use ML as the underlying basis for their products. And I believe there are less than 250 companies, not the 22,000, that have actually cracked how to do this. And there's a lot of tribal knowledge. I think I'm one of those people and would like to sort of share what I've learned the hard way. And why is that? Why is such a disconnect? If I'm claiming there are 22,000 companies who are marketing AI and data as their core strength of product, and then I'm saying, hey, there's less than 10% of them, or really less than 1%, or about 1% of them that have actually cracked it. What's the disconnect, and why is there such a disconnect? And the reason for the disconnect is actually that there's a huge difference between building data-driven AI, if I may use the term loosely, machine learning-driven products, and other engineering types of projects, right? So if you're building a bridge, in 2022, there is a pretty good chance that you can build a bridge. There's a very low chance of failure, right? If you're building a mobile app or you're building a workflow application, at Regrello, we're building a workflow application as well as a data-driven part on top of it. With a pretty good team, as the other CTOs have talked about, I think I can get to not even 40% chance of failure. I think I can probably reduce it to 20% chance of failure. I'll be delayed by a few months, but I'll have something that works. There's still a chance of failure. You still need luck. You need really smart people. You need a great product manager, but you can get there. But in data science, I think the failure rate is very high. And obviously the idea here, 10, 40, 80 is it's just to give you a directional sense on the chances of failure. I think if I were to really understand what percentage of data science projects are failing, it may even be as high as 95%. But at my last penultimate company, we got to about 80, 85% chance of failure, or 15% chance of success. And on the other hand, building a standard application, for us was like getting, 20% chance of failure, 80%. So this is the problem, why you have to think differently about data-driven products and using ML in your application. And the best analogy, that I can think about it is, you should think about data-driven products, be it software, as more like a pharmaceutical business and not like software. And if you study pharmaceutical business, they have a pipeline. To get one blockbuster drug out or to solve COVID, they do like thousands of experiments in the lab, right? Which is very different than if you were building software. It's a different approach. If I was building software, let's say I wanted to build supply chain software, I would not try to experiment. You just invest more, you hire better people, and you can crack it, right? Whereas in data science, a lot like pharma, you can have the best scientists. You have to take on different approaches, different people, different paths to success. They may not be able to crack it, right? So it resembles a lot like pharma. And if you start thinking about it that way, you'll get a lot of things right. The the pipeline, the phase methods, the different phases of development. I found it to be much more useful as an analog than thinking about it as software. And this may be a unique approach that we took, but I found it really working well for me. And the most important thing, there are only two things I've learned now being in startups and in software for a long time, mostly failing, but successful at least 2.5 times, is that there are two things. There's market and there are people. There's nothing really else there, right? So you have to think about, you obviously have to find the biggest market you can find, which is most open or most not open, depends on your philosophy. But then you got people, right? And I've learned a lot about building data science teams. About 15% of my last organization, so we had about 100 product engineering folks, about 15% were data engineers and data scientists, probably more, maybe 30-40% were data engineers, data scientists, but 15% were like PhD data scientists. And if you listen to Andrew Ng, who I think is the most brilliant academic in the field, he says, what you do is you have your product org, you have your engineering org, and you have your different lines of businesses. He gives a lot of talk on how to implement data science. And then you have your data science org, and there's a chief scientist or VP of data science. And I think that's completely wrong. Now, I obviously respect Andrew and quite a bit, but in my experience, not just working in my own companies, but also advising McKinsey's clients on AI, I think that's like a recipe for disaster. And I've learned a lot around how to think about the design. And the way that I think about the design is I have this, and this is again, nothing to do with data science. If you were, trying to innovate in any sort of field, this is my formula: is you have to have engineers, you have to have a product or a business lead, depending on, if the product was pharmaceutical drug, you have like a program manager or somebody like that. And then you need, a data scientist, and then you need a designer if it has UI and user interface implications, or a clinical scientist if it was a pharma or something like that, right? So you really want to be able to embed data science as part of your product group and not have it be siloed at all. In reality, they have to understand the business problem. They have to understand the context. And I don't really buy the hypothesis that data scientists, you can create a virtual organization where there's data scientists from the different products get together once a week, share their learnings. Maybe there's even a virtual leader who kind of manages the virtual group, but you want the data scientists as closely working with your engineers and with your product managers and embedded in your business organization or your product organization, rather than be siloed off. And if you start with the silo, it's never going to converge, in my opinion. The second sort of, going back to the pharmaceutical analogy, the second sort of learning I've had is just using, in fact, now with COVID, this is even more relevant, is you have to be able to, unlike software, you take a lot more bets in data science, and you need to be able to time restrict these bets. I was a grad student in ML, and contrary to what every PhD wants to do, they can work on this stuff for years. And in many cases, like in software, I do believe that working deeper actually makes the chances of success higher. Whereas in data-driven products, time restricting it, trying a different path, trying a different approach, trying even a different problem is actually better than trying. If you're going to crack a data science problem, you're going to crack it in a spreadsheet with a lightweight model on day 7, day 10, rather than in month 3, right? If you're taking the same approach. So time restricting these projects, taking many bets. And by many bets, I don't mean, trying to solve different problems. I'm saying trying to solve the same problem or in different ways. looking at different proxies of data, different models to try to solve it, rather than taking a singular path. And in terms of hiring, what's really fascinating after building data science teams over a decade, I think what I've learned the most is that it is better to retool your engineers and your data engineers to become proficient in data science than actually completely giving that over to a data science organization. And there are many, many good things that have happened if you do that. One, your engineers actually who understand the product are more likely to have a production ready data science product, and it's also a way that they feel increases retention in the company. They feel like they're learning new skills. I've also found that having a small data science organization which acts as a consultant to the other engineers who are building models is very, very effective as a method to scale this out. I'm not saying that you should not hire a PhD level data scientist. I think what I'm also saying is that it is much more effective to train an engineer to become a data engineer, data scientist, than it is actually to take a data scientist and have them become a good engineer, right? It takes a much longer time, and I have done that. It takes years to convert a PhD data scientist to become a great engineer, but it's a lot faster to take an engineer and have them become a productive data science, machine learning engineer. And the other sort of things I've learned building data science products or data-driven products is, you really have to leave, once after many years of failing constantly, from 2012, I think I started get these things working in 2016, 17. What I learned is you have to leave all the academics learnings back outside and really look at the problem in its complete naked form and try to solve it from first principles, then apply what the state of the art actually is. What's fascinating about data scientists is that depending on when they graduated, they have their favorite tool or model they want to use. And I won't pick on anybody. Mine was probably like, anyways, I was later than naive based, but earlier than deep learning. But depending on the generation when they graduated, they have different favorite tools. What I've learned is you have to check, not worry about the theory as much, look at every problem uniquely and find the fastest way, like in a startup, to solve the problem in the simplest possible way, And what I've also found is that all big data problems actually have a 60-70% solution in a spreadsheet. So why not try that first in 7 days and get to it as quickly as possible? And the last sort of thing that I will leave with is that to make data science problems and projects successful, products as I think about it, but this applies if you're a big company and you want to make data science projects work, is focus a lot on the post-AI workflow. Nobody will log into your application. Nobody wants a recommendation. It sounds all very clever. It may be able to raise money, but nobody actually cares about your recommendation. Yeah, nobody actually cares about your ranking. If you're going to actually make data science work, think about what action you can take in the real world, because people are too busy to log into your app and click on some recommendations. They're not going to do it. And then the whole thing will fail, because unless something happens in the real world, it doesn't matter what recommendations you're making. So think about the workflow. It takes a lot of effort. This is a workflow diagram of what complexity is behind some notification at Slack, right? So while something is super simple, you want to think about how to take action as much as possible automatically, how to meet the user where they are, intervening with their day-to-day workflow from your AI, based application, rather than providing them with some insight or some recommendation or some ranking or some score. Nobody cares about those things. And that's another sort of, common mistake I see with folks trying to do things. And And then a year and a half later, we find that nobody logged into your recommendation app, and you've just, I've done some consulting work where they've spent $100 million on some data being captured from an oil rig, and then the plant manager did not, hasn't logged in because they're too busy and did not even know the password. But I don't want to leave you guys with a negative. The reality is the magic is actually there. When it happens, we use things like Google Maps every day, and it's magical when it tells you that this stuff is, you got to leave now to get to Oakland on time, and that is a lot, as much as a workflow and data integration as it is machine learning. You need all the pieces to work together to create that magic. So that's my talk. I'll pause there. Hi. I guess I can talk a little bit more about what I've learned, or we can talk about Q&A. How would you like to do that, April?
Yeah, let's let me first open it up for questions, and just everyone put it in the chat, and I'll come back to that. I wanted to say it's a pretty alarming set of statistics that you provided about the failure of data science projects, and I think it really speaks to why all of us are on this, today's summit, and hopefully tomorrow's as well, because I think there's a lot of pitfalls that we can avoid to make sure that we learn from people like you who can give us some of those pieces of advice and make sure that it is successful, because I know everybody puts their heart and their soul and their time and energy and blood, sweat, and tears and late nights and all of this. And so, whatever you can do to make sure it's a success is definitely, really, really important. I don't know if you have, sort of, I kind of asked this to the last speaker as well, but are there like 3 top pieces of advice that you've learned the hard way that you can impart to today's audience to help them avoid those same lessons through experiencing it, but maybe just learning from you, so they don't have to repeat the same mistakes?
Right. I think the most common mistake is focusing on the right problems and not be focusing on data science and worrying about the technology first. You have to, certainly in a company which is a startup, you have to really identify what's the blockbuster problem, the drug you want to solve first, and then apply the data science. You don't want to be able to look for the different holes just because you have a GPT-3 knowledge and you want to apply it to all the places it could work. I think you want to find the blockbuster drug. You want to be able to start from that and then apply the shortest possible way to success. There's a very good chance that, which is the second cause of the common failure, is that you just don't have data and to solve the problem. So if you're going to do data-driven projects, you need enough data, you need enough of the right data to be able to solve the problem. And often what happens is companies don't have the data. And the third mistake they do is they say, well, we can just crowdsource the data. There are enough labeling technologies out there that could just label my data. It could be document labeling. It could be, any kind of hand training of data, labeled data. I actually find that it is impossible to label data. You can do it at small scale to test things out, but at scale, when you're building machine learning based problems, you need constant stream of labeled data. It leads to a lot of failures. I understand that there are companies like at Google who have their, teams and teams of people who are labeling data, and then now there are tons of startups who'll do it for you. But I've never found that to be a path of success. In fact, what I found is that unsupervised models that use or semi-supervised models that that use proxies of labeled data are much more likely to be successful than taking a massive effort to find labeled data. It doesn't exist. The most successful path is that if your workflow, your application is generating some proxy and you apply some unsupervised models, that is more likely to be successful than, there are lots of new startups now that will help you label data like what was available for Facebook and Google. But I think it works in limited cases. In most of the cases, I found that in the real world, there is nothing called training data. Why do we still keep on doing it? Because going back to the same problem, in academia, when you're doing your PhD, you're provided with the training data. You're provided with the perfect sample data because it was there for a competition and the goal was to sort of solve that problem. But in the real world, that doesn't exist. And that's why applying a lot of principles and techniques that work in academia don't translate directly to industry. And that is the second or third sort of, there are infinite things I've learned, but finding the right team, mixing your engineers with data scientists, embedding the data scientists, starting with that org structure is right, figuring out the key problem that is your blockbuster drug, your biggest ROI, figuring out paths to it, avoiding the misnomer that label data exists or you can label data, because the world is constantly changing. It turns out the second you label data, there's a data drift and you come out of sync from the real world as soon as, and there's a long tail of data. So to really learn machine learning well, you need to be able to learn from the long tail, because you will run into the long tail eventually as you scale your product or business. So these are some of the non-intuitive counter anti-patterns, if I may, that we often see in building machine learning applications.
What are some of the ways that that you've found that blockbuster drug? What are there sort of key, indicators or anything that tips you off that you've used in the past to say, eureka, this is it. It's a light bulb moment. This is going to be the big ROI.
I think that question is as much a product problem as it is a data science problem. Obviously, the data scientist in me will declare victory as soon as we see some high level F score or precision recall, but that often is also misleading as an indicator of success. So it's the same thing that, if the vaccine worked on a petri dish, killing the virus, they don't roll that out to millions of people, right? What do? You run clinical trials. So phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You kind of, in data science, have to do the same way. You have to have your early adopters to understand how does your data your model any machine learning predictions or classification or recommendations intervene with the human workflow. How do they react? What is the full picture? So you have to constantly interact with the real world. Yes, you want in a week or two to get some indication with small amounts of data that this is working. If that doesn't work, then all bets are off. And that's why you need a pipeline approach where you're doing a lot of experiments, and then you take certain experiments forward and do real world testing with small amounts of people. And then if that works, then you do further testing with more people. So again, the closer you keep it to looking at like a pharmaceutical trial, the more likely it is to work. Because what happens often is that I've seen infinite models where not infinite, but a majority of the models which had really good early results, but they did not work in the real world. Why? Because all machine learning models are working over a proxy of the real world. The data you're training on is a proxy of the real world, right? It is not the real world. It's still data about the real world. So, and most likely it's not even data exactly about the problem you're solving. As I mentioned, it's most likely a proxy around the problem you're solving. So classic use case, would be Google search, for example, or PageRank. It's looking at links to infer what's the meaning or what should be ranked or what's the authority on that keyword. That's just a proxy. It's an artifact of what the actual question is, right? And often the proxy is not good enough. So you want to be able to find early success at low scale, what I call in a spreadsheet at low data. And then if that moves forward, then you build, even at low scale, how does it intervene with the human workflow first? And then further on, then you say, okay, that's working. So not only is working at low scale in the lab or in a model, it's also able to make some positive effect in the real world through workflow or some integration with a problem you're trying to solve. And then you scale both. You scale the machine learning model, the data behind it, and you scale the workflow, the application component around it at the same time. But what you don't want to do is over engineer the machine learning model, which is the classic engineering problem. And the classic data science problem is they got in 74% precision, and they can spend the next 2 years trying to get to 78% or 90%, and probably won't never happen. So the early indicator is if you can get close to 70, 80% precision recall, then there's a shot at it. If you're at 30% in a week, you're not going to be able to get to 90% in 3 years. So there's a very good chance that your early indicator of success is probably your final indicator of success. And again, that is different than software, right? In software, if you have a broken product, you have tons of problems, and it doesn't work, with enough effort, enough investment, enough smart people, you can get there. But in data science, I found you just can't get there because you may not have the data, you may not be able to actually solve the problem, the technology may not exist to solve it. The machine learning models, depending on what kind of data you have, may not be good enough to be able to solve it. So those are sort of the learnings I've had as doing this now dozens and dozens of times, mostly failing, as I said, but being successful maybe in machine learning 30, 40 times.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's very impressive. Yeah, I like Micah Huff put in here, key learning from your experience at Demand Base is making sure that humans can solve some version of the problem before applying to machine learning. So I think that's really, really smart. And yeah, and it is that kind of academic to real life example where we know we all know things that work theoretically, but in practice don't really work. So I think this is a nice extension of that. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, I can elaborate what Micah actually means.
Yeah,
right?
let's hear that. Yeah.
So basically, the learning we had was that there are lots of data scientists out there that are trying to solve problems, and they may be successful that humans cannot solve, right? Like proving a theorem and stuff like that. And that is true. But in the real world, the highest chance of success is if a human can solve that problem very well at low scale. So, I can identify that this is a book. It's called The Cold Start Problem, and I can read it. So as a human, I can get it pretty much right every single time. I think I can read mostly correctly. And there's thus a good chance that a human can solve the problem before you applying a machine learning technique. There's no point trying to solve a problem that some expert human cannot solve at high precision. And the reason is that if you get a machine to solve it, there's a very good chance you wouldn't even know if you're making progress or not, because you can't actually test your solution because humans are not really good at solving that problem. And then there'll be confusion around, if you're right or wrong. The other interesting thing I found is that in most machine learning solutions, two humans rarely actually agree. You would think that if you get a simple enough task, the fact that this is a business book, let's say somebody was going to read the title and say this is a business book, you can only get two experts agreeing at about 90% of the time. So even human experts don't agree often enough or perfectly. So you want to be able to go after problems where humans can solve it at low scale. Also, you don't want to go after problems, continuing with Micah's recommendation, where the cost of failure is very high. So let me give you a perfect example. There are infinite problems in the world that you can solve with machine learning where ROI is high. If humans are really good at it and it doesn't need to scale, like, I don't know, flight traffic control, right? Very, very dangerous thing for AI to taking control of it. Humans are able to solve it. They're pretty darn good at it. We don't have that many airlines crashing into each other. And that's why it's not to screw with problems like that. There are infinite problems, so the types of problems you want to identify, which are blockbuster, are humans are able to solve it at low scale, but unable to solve it at large scale. They have high ROI if they are to be solved at large scale. So, Google Maps, for example, somebody can study the map at low scale and solve the problem, but it takes a lot of time and you want to be able to do it all the time, constantly at large scale everywhere in the world. So those are the traits of problems you want to go after, and then build the right organization, and everything else will tend to work out.
Yep. Yeah, I like that a lot. I'm assuming that you've never seen it work, that something that didn't work in the human version actually worked when applied to machine learning, right? Is there ever been, I'm sure somebody's thinking, I'm sure it doesn't always work that way, but have you ever seen it work or it didn't work, in the entry level stages, but miraculously somehow worked later on in ML?
It is possible, but it will be almost counterintuitive to get there, because if it didn't work and humans couldn't solve it or identify that it's working, then if the machine is actually making it work, we still can't identify it. Now, it is possible that there may be an objective measure by which we can measure it. So, for example, drug discovery is a process where ML is being applied to make things work, where humans are not able to reconnect or solve the problem at low scale. I don't know how many drugs have been discovered that way, but I understand it does work. But it is much more rare. It is much more easier to go after problems, because then if the machine is working and the model is working, you can go to a human saying, yeah, this works, right? Look, it's the answer. This is a business book. They're like, yeah, it is. But if humans can't do that, then you're just get confused, right? Like, okay, is it really working or is it not working? You may have a tertiary objective, like there are lots of machine learning objectives, like, oh, we're selling more widgets on our website, so it must be working, right? And you could have such an objective, yet you don't know why, and is it really working, or is it just the fact that it's December and people are buying more stuff? So it's a dangerous place to be if you end up in a situation where ML is working, but you don't have a human to corroborate it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure it takes a lot more patience to do it the right way, as we're discussing. So it requires a lot more discipline. Yeah. Very good. Well, any final thoughts before we take our break?
No, I mean, hopefully these patterns and anti-patterns are useful. I do think that while I've shared some of the failures, that this is the future, right? This has to work. It will take time. It requires a lot of thought. Be wary of trying to solve the problem just because you have a data scientist who could apply some latest new finagle thing that they learned right when they were graduating. You know, and which is true for every discipline. So I'm hopefully not saying something too unique to data science, but it happens to be more of a problem there. And I'm a data scientist too, so I'm nothing against data scientists. So hopefully that was helpful. Thank you for having
Very,
me.
very helpful. Yeah, thank you so much for coming and for sharing that wisdom with us. I think it's going to help a lot of people. Appreciate it. So, everyone, we're going to take a 20-minute break, just under now, 20, so it'll be 18-minute break. We'll be back at 11:35 Eastern time. So we'll see you back here then. Hey, welcome back to our second half. We're very, very excited for our next lineup of speakers. We're going to be hearing from Sam Kann, Konstantin Vilk, Rachit Lohani, and then we'll have a final word and that will conclude our first day. So very, very excited for our next speaker. Sam Kann is going to talk about rebuilding your K-12 learning culture in an adaptable powerhouse. So that'll include professional development for teachers in a fast-moving world and how technology can help, SaaS, LAS, PaaS, how does it all come together, quantitative and qualitative models, content-rich and critical mass, and the consolidation of administrative technology. A little bit about Sam. He is an IT evangelist for value-added tech that are investing in K-20. He's a visionary, resourceful, and service-oriented enterprise technology architect and CIO, CTO with diverse experience ranging from startups to Fortune 500 corporations. He's also the founder of I think it's callife.com. We'll let him clarify. It's the world's first student social relationship management service, and it stands for mylife.mychoice.myeducation. Welcome, Sam. We are very, very excited to have you here, and I know we've got a question for you right out of the gate here. So we'll let you jump in. The question here is, how do you think the use of multifunctional teams is an important element for success and product improvement and market fit? So we can either let you answer that now, or if you want to get into your talk and clarify it at the end, that's great too.
Sure. Thanks, April. Hey, everybody. Good to be here with all of you. Thanks for joining this talk. And thank you for April for moderating this pretty awesome, and also for Andrei and the Glorium Technologies. So the question, to answer the question, it's cross-functional teams are very important in product improvement and product development. So what it does is it brings people together, and you don't want, even how small a startup is or how large a company is, it's always important to bring the cross-functional teams or multifunctional teams together, because you don't want to work in silos. When you work in silos, your product stagnates, it plateaus, your user engagement from a marketing standpoint has a downward spiral. And to avoid all of those and catch on user the core action used within a product, it is very important to engage between cross-functional teams. And it's not only just within technology. You have multiple teams, between product and technology, but also with your sales team, with your marketing team, with your PR team. It's important from all those facets, to come together as a unit in improving your product line. Hope that answers the question.
Very good. And just a reminder to everyone, feel free to share questions throughout the talk as they occur to you, and Sam will get to them at the end. You don't have to wait until the last minute to ask. So feel free to just pop those in the chat and we'll get to them when we can. And Sam, I know you have a presentation as well. Just a reminder to hit full screen so we get to see your presentation. I'll confirm when it's up there.
Absolutely.
I see it. And I see an alpaca or a llama.
That's a llama.
I love it. With glasses.
So it's a full screen?
Yeah, it's good. You're good.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. Like I said, my name is Sam Kann. April, thanks for the intro. I serve as the CTO at Link, which stands for Learning Innovation Catalyst. It's a leading professional development company and coaching platform for teachers. Our primary segment are teachers within K-12 space, like I shared, and beyond. I'm also the founder of mycalllife.com, which is a social relationship management technology for high school students transitioning from high school, that is, to college, universities, and trade schools. We really help students understand their personality, their career interest, what is that interest them, what is the career pursuit, and things of that nature. And definitely hit me up or reach out to me after directly if you want to learn more about Link and also about the My Call Life technology. Today, I labeled my talk, I'd rather call it journey or a storytelling, rebuilding your K-12 learning culture into an adaptable powerhouse. To me, rebuilding and adapting technology and making it a powerhouse is key, some of the key factors, irrespective of what vertical you're from. whatever it may be. For me, being in K through 20, as a matter of fact, education has been part of my ecosystem, and making education tech, and adaptable powerhouse is part of my domain, and something that I'm keenly interested and I strive for every day. At Link, this is something that we do, and with pandemic, in play, and with all of the remote work that happened due to that, and Link being a fully remote company that's fully 100% remote, something that we intentionally do is connection before content. We intentionally want to connect with our audience, with our, if it is internal team or external team, we just want to really connect, have a conversation before we dive into the meat of the discussion. So quickly, I don't know, April, please chime in if this is possible, but I would love everyone in one word, share with, now that we had a break, we had a time to reflect on all of the talks that we heard throughout. And I can tell you, I'm super pumped, and my one word is excited. So we will do it in a waterfall effect. When I say 3, 2, 1, and go, you can, into the chat, you can put that one word that where your mind is right now. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Type in that one word that you are, where your mind is at this point. I don't see the chat box, so definitely, April, please do chime in if you see any responses. So that is something that we love doing at Link. So for today's talk, it is just, I want to keep it very simple. We just have one goal or objective. And this is, I'm going to go with this, one of my favorite Chinese proverbs. And it goes like this: it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. Again, it is better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. To me, my garden is the ed tech. Everything Link is my garden. As a CTO for Link, what is your garden? As in a personal, professional, whatever domain you are in, whatever capacity you are in right now. As we go through this talk, also in parallel, identify the garden that you are in. Or you could be in a war, being a gardener, identify that gardener in a war. So let us kind of keep that in mind as we progress through this conversation. As you can see, there are 4 icons at the top right-hand corner. And that is our foundational or golden rule or foundational model or principles within Link. We use that within internally within our team, externally with our stakeholders and our clients. And it's embedded into every single product delivered to the masses through Link. And those icons stand for, the first icon stands for spark. The second icon stands for reflect. And the third stands for tinker. And the fourth icon stands for grow. So today, as we are going through this, we will take the journey through that process, where as a CTO, how am I able to bring about change within the company in not only from a cultural standpoint and what we believe in and what we stand for, but also from a technology standpoint, from a revenue standpoint, from a cash flow standpoint, things of that nature. So as we get into Spark, keep in mind, warrior, garden, gardener, war. A quick historical catch-up in regards to my journey. I started off as a software engineer. I was a young buck, really young, loved coding. I was into accounting, and then got introduced to computers and never looked back. I love it. I loved coding, over the time of 8 to 10 years, thousands and thousands of lines of code for hundreds of projects. So from a software engineering, quickly I found out I'm able to lead. So I started doing project management and ultimately progressing into IT director. And from there, you are now able to really get into the trenches with the audience. Meet up with, being in education. You're meeting with the high school students or college students. You're meeting with their parents where their children are their first generation students, and you're really understanding the problems. At that point in time, I started questioning myself and saying, hey, I want to be at the table. I want to be at the president's table, president's cabinet. I want to be pitching technology and change in technology with the board of directors and things of that nature. So that led me to be a CIO, and that I for about a decade I served as a CIO and then transitioned into a CTO because I definitely wanted to get into the startup ecosystem and lead engineering teams, making transformational changes and disruptive changes within ed tech. So that's Joe and Ling, and the journey has been absolutely awesome. And we've been building some amazing PD technology for the teachers and for the masses out there. The core, when I started as a CTO, the core, again, in your domain, in your world, in your garden, it is important to understand the core. For me, professional development for teachers in a fast-moving world and how technology can help. That was my core. And within my garden, to identify that core is key. So within your domain, making sure that you identify your core would go a long way. Rather than hearing a lot of noises from all over the place, it is always good to embrace those noises. But end of the day, you really have to kind of parse out the core, purge out the core that you really want to focus in on as a tech lead or as a technologist or the up-and-coming CTO or CIO, or you have your own startup company, whatever it may be. Understanding a core is important. For me, within that domain, it was very crucial to understand that teachers, the single most school-based determinant of student learning, are teachers. And so when I build technology, when I receive requirements from the product team and really get into the fine-grained aspect of developing technology, there are a few things that I need to clearly identify. These are not new things that I invented. These have been around forever. We have been recycling it and cycling it for a long time. And so all of you can relate to this, but it's always good to recalibrate some of these things, right? So for me to, some of the things that I, wanted to recalibrate or identify were designed with the users in mind. So understanding the teachers, their problems, and really keeping that in mind, how they would engage, from an adoption standpoint, from a usage standpoint, how is it all going to come together is key. The next one is use existing technology. When it comes to teachers, you quickly learn they love certain tools that help with their progress and with their classroom space and how they engage with students. So they are familiar with a lot of existing technologies that's their go-to. Within our ed tech world, there's Flipgrid, technologies called Flipgrid, technologies called Jamboards that teachers heavily use, and they love it. So making sure that as part of your core SaaS platform or core technology offering, embedding or integrating other existing technologies go a long way, and then your again, the adoption rate it correlates directly with the adoption rate as well. Give users option to access content. So, you have to look into how much of free content, how much of paid content, but having access to content to a certain degree is key for decision-making. So from a product standpoint, understanding that value proposition is important. Train users on how to use technology, no matter how easy the technology is from an onboarding standpoint or how complex. And if you have a complex technology from an onboarding standpoint, then we need to have a conversation, because that's a major bottleneck. That is a blocker. So understanding, helping users to train, in this case, teachers, to train on how to use our technology is key. Ensuring technology enables and not a driver is a vital factor, because end of the day, from my standpoint, I am looking at the product and going, this should be an enabler and not a driver. Am I enabling the teachers to go into classroom and really deliver the content that they want to deliver, really deliver the responses the students are looking for, that is adaptable and agile and things of that nature. So enabling the teachers. So in your domain, it is important, your user base, that you look at your core audience, your primary segment, making sure that you are an enabler and not a driver is a key factor. So from here, once I identify my core and some of those design contents, and as I created the Spark as the company CTO, I wanted to get into the reflect aspect of things. From a reflect, one of the first things, and one of our first speaker talked about human capital. The important thing that we need to look into right away from a reflect standpoint is human capital. Right now, as a small to medium business, as you're starting up and you don't have engineers at hand, one of the models that we use before I joined the company was augmented service. We had a professional services lineup as part of our startup ecosystem. So, and then you have to measure as you continue, and as a CTO, as a tech director, as a tech team, you have to continue to measure the growth, the product growth, how fast it's scaling. your tech debt, your budget, which is very important from a CapEx standpoint, from an operational standpoint. What is the spend? How much money you have for new feature sets? How much money you have to scale? Things of that nature. Those are all deciding factors as you progress, as your company grows. As your startup grows and evolve, where do you want to be? In our case, we use the augmented service or professional services at this point, but we are at a juncture. We are measuring our tech debt, and we are in the process of hiring our in-house engineering team. And that is a very strategic and tactical decision we made, depending on where our product lineup is at this point and at this stage. And here are some of the measures that you can use, and you can definitely, I'm sure all of you will have access to the slide deck. Some of the measures that you can use on measuring tech debt. And this is the model. Again, this is not something I invented. This is out in the, if you Google it, you'll find it. Again, a lot of these things you have to keep in mind. You don't have to reinvent these things. We have so much of research that have gone into these matters that we just have to use it and tailor it to our need and curate it to how we want things to work. Then from there, once I did the reflection and I said, hey, human capital, really understanding the cost factors of it is important, I get into the thinker part of the process. Here is where I bring in the infrastructure as a service, the platform as a service, and our true SaaS product. How does it all come together? So from a gardening standpoint, it is important that the infrastructure as a service and the platform as a service work seamlessly to energize the SaaS product and the delivery of our SaaS solution. In our world, within Link, we use our AWS E2C solution that is very scalable. When I started, we were paying. Here, what you need to keep in mind is the cost factor, right? You have to position your product delivery from a consumption standpoint. So you only pay for what you consume. So we were paying about $20K when we started. And we had to scale it in a way, where we understand, and position it from a true consumption standpoint, where we brought that down, the cost down by $10,000. So no matter how small or large your company is, really understanding your infrastructure as a service is important from a DevOps standpoint. And then you layer that with your platform as a service. That's where your backups come in, your disaster recovery come in. All of those kind of matters need to happen. So if your system go down, from a DR standpoint, are you able to spin up a new environment quickly? And so really positioning that is key. And all of that come together and integrate really well into our SaaS platform, where now we are able to deliver a SaaS solution that is quick, that is robust, and that is effective and efficient from a consumer standpoint. Then from there, on the tinker scale, we jump into the qualitative and quantitative models. So we heard from Aman about earlier speaker regarding data science and how vital and some of the risk factors. It was an amazing talk where a lot of information, insights were shared, and I absolutely loved it. And within Link, what the approach we are taking when it comes to qualitative, the emotional driven data and the quantitative, which is very, very scientific, very, based on the usage and adoption and core action use of the product, really understanding those metrics is key. So our data map, again, this is not something new. We did not invent this. This is out in the world. We are repurposing it for our need. So from a business intelligence standpoint for our qualitative and quantitative data models, where we are at on this chart is at the monitoring level. So we started our reporting, solutions. We started doing our analysis solutions, and we are into monitoring stage. So where in this scale, what we did was our NPS, our Net Promoter Score, out to the audience through the in-app NPS surveys went out through our marketing team. People who did not engage, we started sending out NPS surveys to that set of audience. And then it's helping us to do the analysis, make some core decisions from a business standpoint. And now we are monitoring it. Our ultimate goal is to further positioning our product, positioning our technology and our domain to get into forecasting, into predictive analytics, and ultimately into prescriptive, because we want to take our product into machine learning. We want to introduce AI into the PD world, where it is very AI driven at a stage where it looks into the qualitative and quantitative models, where we can build the ML and really get into prescriptive framework. So that is the advanced analytics where we want. That is our ultimate goal when it comes to business intelligence. So we have a clear path. So within your domain, as you're building this framework of your BI, really or your data science, really, having something like this would definitely help you map it out, really from a strategic standpoint and also from a tactical standpoint. Content rich and critical mass. So if you think of any SaaS product or any solution out there, if it delivers content, how rich should the content be, and how much of critical mass do you where do you want to be from a critical mass standpoint? So if content is king, rich content is the emperor. Keep that in mind. So a strong, rich content marketing growth strategy can help with awareness to activation and even retention rates. So for us, we from a PD standpoint, we are a content-rich SaaS, and we continue to build content using our partners, our collaborative partners, several of partners that we have aligned with, and also within Link, we are generating a lot of content. And a lot of these content, keep in mind the new trends of video and media and audio content, along with the text is very important. So, the Instas of the world and the TikToks, and where people want capsules, instant, very small content delivered to them where they can hear, they get inspired, they, in this case, they have a spark, they're able to reflect, tinker, and grow. That is the kind of content model we are creating, where it is small in capsule formats, it is hitting the audience, it is engaging with them, and they're getting what they want when teachers, they meaning the teachers, go into the classrooms. For us, critical mass, when you think about critical mass, making it easy, to work with the start is key. So when our teachers go into a product, we have an amazing product team in place right now that is looking, we had several problems. We were able to identify as part of our NPS score. Our NPS score, when we did last year, we were at -20. We are at about 0 right now, which is anything about 0 is an amazing improvement. So we're at 4 right now, which is a great score to have from an NPS standpoint. So that is, and we'll be running more NPS campaigns in the next 6 months or so. And it is important to know that, creating a product, a strategy map, a product strategy roadmap, where the ease of use, understanding the core, the meat of the product that the users need to engage with, how easy it is. So we were able to identify the pain points of our users from that standpoint, really make that difference. So really positioning our product for ingesting huge critical mass into our solution. Again, activation rate, measuring the activation rate. The first, once you activate a user, within the first 7 days, how are they engaging with the product? It really helps, understanding your mass from that standpoint. The adoption, that really helps you understand and positions you to understand the adoption rate and the usage rate of your product. If your product is not being consumed and used within the first 7 days, we have a problem. So that is something that we have identified. That is something we are working towards, and we are seeing a lot of progress and a lot of changes as far as the play goes, as far as the playbook goes when it comes to critical mass. Another big part from a CTO standpoint is really, no matter how small, from a small to medium business or how large your company is, consolidation of administrative technology is key. So when you look at the complete ecosystem from a CTO lens, that is something that a lot of CTOs, a lot of CIOs miss. And this is an important part because it is important for your budget. It is important for your revenue. It is important to understand your audience. This really brings, that earlier question about cross-functional teams working together. This is an engine that will deliver that. So bringing all those integrations together. So in our case, we did a study, and the study was already done. We used that study to help us position our system of truth or center point of truth. So the study was done by Forrester Consulting on behalf of ServiceNow, which is a user services platform, a help desk platform, which is well-renowned, and it's heavily used in pretty much every vertical you can think of. So what really that research, what it helped us was, having a unified platform. With that comes greater business agility. So we talk about agile framework, we talk about Scrum. but we many times forget about agility. How fast and pivot, how fast you can pivot when it comes to agile models, not only from a project management standpoint, but also from a process standpoint, right? So question to ask for yourself is, are you digitally mature? How digitally mature are you from a product standpoint, from a product lens? And then creating that single point of truth to create agility, it's going to help you to get there much faster. And that is a key piece that we're doing with the link. Making systems integrate and smart. It really helps once you create that kind of single point of truth. You're really positioning your product lineup to not only be well integrated, but also positions you to scale and make those technologies even smarter. And from a budgeting standpoint, really understanding these kind of integrations really help us to kind of understand the CapEx needs and the OpEx needs from a technology standpoint. And that is an important piece, right? IT budgeting is an important piece. And if you really just like your personal financing, you have to think it from that standpoint. If you don't have IT is in any vertical you take, IT is the largest spent, not only from a labor standpoint, but from a technology standpoint. Since we are an online company, a lot of the hardware necessities, it is mute for us. But at the same time, we have infrastructure costs. We have, from an infrastructure standpoint, from a platform standpoint, from a SaaS standpoint. So really understanding the CapEx and OpEx is key. So if I give you the lineup of our products we use for our CRM and marketing and link, we use HubSpot. And we use a bidirectional data flow that we are creating with our SaaS product. We have a bidirectional data flow from HubSpot into our finance engine. We use a product called Sage Intacct. And from there, HubSpot becomes a single point of truth. And then from there, we are creating the BI, the data science that we need to really understand the qualitative and quantitative data. So we are putting together, we use Redshift for that, Amazon services, exactly, because we are an Amazon shop. We want to keep it within that space. And so from creating that single point of truth is very important for your tech ecosystem. This leads us to grow. So now that I've covered all of these various tactics, within your tech ecosystem, you will get a garden. So now you have a beautiful garden, within your technology space. And quickly, what does our garden look like behind the scenes? So I covered the human capital in place, product stack aligned with core business and ready for scale. Our products are, positioning a product to scale at least for a decade is very important. Technology solution, again, aligned for scaling. System consolidation for agility and decade worth of scaling. CapEx and OpEx solutions in place. Data science engine in place. Vendor management in place. So from a CTO lens, these are the core things that I look for. And I want to make sure that these are in a well-oiled machine, and it's all up to par and up to the strategic and tactical direction the company wants to go. And so that completes my talk. And I will take questions at this time. And also, just to quickly give you about LinkSpring, you can visit linklearning.com to learn more about LinkSpring, and you can go to mycalllife.com to learn more about My Call Life.
That was great. Thank you so much, Sam. I think everyone will get an awful lot out of that. We didn't get to the answers in time to answer them when you were going through your presentation, so I want to do it now, just to let you know some of the words that came through. So we got impressed, we got inspired, we got enthusiastic, engaged. So we definitely have some excited people here. I don't know if you want to add anything based on those responses, but.
I love it. I love it. I'm so happy for those responses on here. Really, I'm even super excited to see the responses, and it's just again, amazing opportunity. Ready to take some Q&A?
Yeah. So it looks like we have somebody that had a comment that you might want to elaborate on. It's not a direct question, but please, everyone, if you do have questions for Sam, this is your moment to put them in the chat. So D said complexity is agreed. Complexity is the kryptonite to curiosity and creativity. So that part really resonated with her. I don't know if you want to expand on it based on her response there, but that was something that she pulled out.
Sure thing.
That he pulled out, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm like, the pictures are so tiny.
yeah, right. Complexity,
Yeah.
keeping things agile. Agile is within the tech space, we use that word so much, and it's so saturated. And creating complex solutions, especially when you're delivering a SaaS product, and it is out to the audience, and they look at it, and at the first, again, from an adoption standpoint, within the first 7 days, if they're not engaging, we have a problem with our product. So we need to make sure our core user base are engaging, and creating a complex solution actually creates a lot of bottlenecks, and it serves as a blocker. So it's like Dee said, it's a kryptonite, and it's something, no matter, again, how small or big your company or the solution you're working on is, creating a very ease of use product. And really, again, for that matter, that cross-functional team coming together, having that conversation, and really understanding the audience, really doing pulse check with our audience is key, and really understanding, what is that they really need. So in our case, it's teachers, and really giving them what they need so they can take back to their classroom and really engage with their students and provide solutions is important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was really taken aback by the idea that you need to provide the plan to scale for a decade worth of scaling. That's a lot of foresight, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you have to really have a vision and think about how it's going to unfold and unfold and unfold and unfold. So that's that really caught me.
Yeah,
How
because
do you do that? How do you make sure that I mean, I know we tend to look, okay, I just need to solve this problem, and then I need to solve the next problem. How do you not only think in your head's hard, right? I mean,
right.
I don't even know what I'm doing for for the holidays this year, right? That but 10 years from now as a as a CTO, that's difficult. Talk about a little bit for us about what that looks like. How do you do that?
Absolutely. So you are, when you are, I'll touch a few of the products. So in our case, from an administrative standpoint, the lineup I shared about HubSpot and various other products, you have to look at, when you are creating solutions, every solution has a cost impact, right? If you are a startup company, you don't have a lot of budget to play with. You don't have a lot of money to play with. So how do you position a product? How do you create the lineup? How do you create the integration? Not for you to change it next year, but rather you need to be able to scale it. So our HubSpot solution, which we created the center point of truth for our administrative processes, really brings us together, because it's an understanding that it is not first of all, you don't want to sign up for a product that will be a legacy system the next year. You really don't need to understand the market space and the usage, how effective and efficient it is. And with so much of technologies laying around now, it is important to identify, does this product really integrate with other technologies that you need, that you want to use? So in our case, really that integration was one of the decision factors, and also the understanding all of these various technologies to see what is their future, what is their direction. From a HubSpot, from a CRM standpoint, we're like, okay, this is where they want to take this product to. So it's going to be, they have grander plans for the product. And so from a startup company ecosystem standpoint, we look at it and say, okay, this is what we want to do. These are our problems from why we want to consolidate and create more agility with our, these are the reasons, because we want to create a cross-functional ecosystem that is seamless and integrated. So, and we need to be able to scale it rather than going into Salesforce. Now you're talking about a whole different budget, requirements. You see what I'm saying? So really, you have to understand your budget. You have to understand the cost impacts. You have to understand the seamless integrations that's at play, and are you able to scale it for the next 10 years? So when I introduce these things, I look at it from those vantage points and see if I'm able to scale for the next decade. So that really gives me an impression on cost factors. How much of CapEx I need to have, how much of OpEx I need to be, I need to put in play for this to work the next 10 years. Same goes for our SaaS product. Our LinkSpring is our SaaS solution. And we are our product team, as they're bringing in new product feature sets, understanding the requirements of the audience, and really looking at integrating, like I said earlier in my talk, existing technology. So we are looking into integrating Flipgrid into our product. So bringing in existing technologies is an important piece because teachers are really familiar with those existing technologies. So scaling at that level for the next decade within your platform is key. I hope I answered the question, but
I think it's great. It raises another one for me, which is I know that, I know as I have scaled my own company, every time you hit a new milestone, there's a new set of problems, right? You solve one set of problems, and then all of a sudden you're at milestone 3, and at milestone 3, a whole other set of problems arise, right? Are there milestones for, as you're mapping out that scalability for the next 10 years, that you need to prepare for, so when you hit them, you're aware, okay, we're going to have a new set of challenges or problems that are going to arise once we have scaled to this point?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up. Milestones are very key. It's important within the ecosystem. So we build about 3 years worth of milestones, 1 to 3 years, and that really helps us to gauge all of the products that we have, technologies that we have, both in-house and also our SaaS product. We are really able to scale based on that. So milestones are very critical. We build it within Link the first 1 to 3 years, but we have a grand vision for 10 years. This is where we want to be. So that is in our head all the time. As far as we want to have 100 million teachers using our product from a professional development. That's our grand plan. But for us to get there, we have to take these measurable steps to really position our lineup, the entire ecosystem, not only just our SaaS, our core product, but the entire ecosystem need to play really well. And it has to be a well-oiled machine for your core product to energize its space and grow, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and is there any way to predict what those new challenges will be at that, after the 1 to 3 year mark that you're saying, is in terms of a milestone? Is there any? I mean, I know a lot of times it just arises when it arises, and you have to deal with it as it happens. But is there anything to help you prepare for those inevitable issues that will arise at the end of that milestone?
So
predict,
to a certain degree, you're able to really gauge it and predict, because you're really looking at some of those, from a data. This is where data science come in, right? Really, the qualitative and quantitative data from a product standpoint, you're really putting it out there to understand your audience, and how does that really work internally within your team, with this tech ecosystem that you've created? Is it all coming together to really serve this audience that you're serving through your core product? So we are able to predict some of those pain points, and if we don't fix this, we're going to hit with this problem in the next year. We're able to kind of gauge it and measure it. So that kind of data science really helps us to get those kind of measures in place, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does. Well, do you have any final thoughts or feelings that, or any? I keep asking this, but I'm liking the responses, so I'm going to keep doing it. Are there it's like kind of 3 takeaways, that you want to impart to people that you've learned the hard way, that maybe you can just give them the easy way, so you don't have to live through the same issues that you faced?
Yeah. So one of the things the hard way, as a CTO, and also while I was serving as a CIO, one of the things that I had to learn it the hard way, and that is, project failures. And you want certain products to go a certain direction, and sometimes you have setbacks. You want to go live with a product to market strategy. You want to get on a new feature set, and you really want to get this out there, and then you get it out there, and you have a response coming back from the audience. Hey, we don't like this new. Why are you doing this? You're releasing this new feature, and now it's confusing us. And all of a sudden, you're like, okay, what did I, where did we fail? And we had failures like that, where you learn from those kind of mistakes. And really, and it, again, both in a CIO capacity and CTO capacity. And when those failures happen, one of the key things to keep in mind is find opportunities from it. Rather than beating down your team and all of you scratching your head and going, what are the opportunities? What did I learn? What are the opportunities, so that not only we release this product, we release it in a better way, but also for future releases or future issues, how, it gives you great insight on how to deal with it, if that makes. That's one of the takeaways, from a product delivery standpoint that I've learned. Again, the cross-functional, that was a great question, where really it creates a well-oiled machine. You want your team, that cross-functional, actionable measures happening, because otherwise you have, you want to know this is happening. Silo approaches, that will burn anything and everything you're trying to do, because you have a lot of delivery issues that's coming up. So those are some hard lessons, definitely, that I've learned. Again, the cross-functional engine is key, no matter how small or large your company is.
Yeah, I love that. The other thing that I picked out that I thought was really interesting was you said, if content is king, rich content is the emperor. Do you have any other examples of that you might want to share about where you saw, that rich content really kicking into high gear and making it sail along?
Absolutely. See, so in our ecosystem, right, within the teacher, not only within our, pretty much any vertical you take right now, media content is like the emperor. Anything video, audio, the amount of podcasts that's out there, when you go running, when you're at breakfast, when you're in your car, the amount of podcasts you're listening to, amount of video content that you're looking at through your smart devices, it's just crazy. So when you have a platform that is catering to your audience through those mediums, it's important to make sure you deliver, again, within those mediums, the ecosystem changes, it shifts. Before, people could listen to a 40-minute video content or a 40-minute podcast. Now that trends have changed, where people are, okay, they want instant gratification. They want to go in, they want to look at things and say, okay, they want to be inspired real quick. So we have to keep in mind those kind of trends, those kind of changes, and adjust. In our case, we are adjusting our media, all of our media content with a link. We're looking at, doing an overhaul and really making sure we are delivering a rich content, keep it really rich, but at the same time, bite size, where we are, teachers are being inspired real quick, and they need what they, they can take what they need real quick and take it to their classroom and deliver better content for their students.
Yeah, very, very, very good points there. Well, anything else that you want to share before I go ahead and introduce our next speaker here?
Absolutely thrilled and excited to be here and listening to the rest of the lineup. And thank you for this opportunity, April, and to Glorium Technologies.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yeah, no, this has been amazing. You did a wonderful job, and thanks for the presentation as well.
Absolutely. Take care.
You too. All right. So our next speaker is Konstantin Vilk. He's going to talk about quantum threat and defense against it. So this will include understanding and quantifying the risks that are posed by quantum computing as it relates to them, understanding how quantum computers work, what they are, how they're being used in the near future, and how they're expected to develop, understanding the new processes in the industry, NIST and NSA leadership around cryptography, cryptography, there we go, and the standards, understanding new methods of protection needed to be effective against quantum, as well as classical threats. And I want to tell you a little bit about him as well. So he is the CXO and founder of QSecure. So it's an information system. He's an information systems executive who also is an experienced CEO, COO, CISO, CTO. So he's kind of got the C-suite covered there. And he's also created and sold award-winning companies in addition to teaching university-level courses in information technology. He really loves working with people. He's passionate about helping companies create incredible products, amazing brands, powerful marketing stories, and high-performance teams. He also has extensive experience in quantum computing, quantum cryptography, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud innovation, marketing, sales, M&A, an additional wide background in the implementation of enterprise-wide systems. So definitely dealing with somebody who's got a breadth of experience here can, I think, do a really nice job of bringing it all together. Thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you very much, April. Wow, that does sound like a lot. I never think it is that much, but that sounds like quite a bit.
It's funny how it adds up over the years, right? So it ends up being a lot of impressive experience. And I know that you have a presentation as well, so just want to let you know this is a great moment to go ahead and share it to make sure that we can all see it, and then we can let you take it away.
Second, please. Let me do that.
Perfect. Did I pronounce the name of your company correctly?
Yes, we are Q Secure.
Okay, good.
That is correct.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure.
Okay, terrific. So can everyone see? Can you see my screen?
I don't see it yet. Go ahead and hit the full screen share screen.
That's what it's doing. Very interesting.
Okay. I don't see it yet. I don't know if anyone else does. Let's
Okay,
see.
let me try that again, please.
Yep. My dogs are providing some ambient noise in the background. Sorry for that.
No worries at all.
They're keeping us all entertained while we're getting the share screen put together here. I think it. Yep.
How's
Yep.
this?
You got it. You're good to
Okay,
go.
terrific.
Take it away.
Thank you very much. So yes,
Thank
we are working on quantum cybersecurity and more specifically quantum resilient cybersecurity. Something that we provide in the market right now as a SaaS platform, and it's really there to and designed to take us into the next generation of security, more specifically around data security and keeping it out of unauthorized hands. And the reason we do it is because based on the rate of progress, at least according to Morgan Stanley, and they're actually quite right. This is a statement that they issued a couple of years ago. But the short of it is that quantum computing is evolving significantly faster. And I'll endeavor to give you a quick, 5-minute PhD in quantum. And also talk a little bit about how it relates to us, in the industry, and what is being done about it, and what we're likely to see coming up from the industry itself over the next couple of years. So, having said that, I want to make sure that we understand what quantum computing is, what it does, what it doesn't do, and what its implications are, very specifically. So when we look at traditional computing, we're looking at our classical systems that are based on our typical microprocessor architecture, but essentially what we're familiar with is the fact that they calculate everything in ones and zeros, in binary. What that means is that it's actually a linear process, and a very a specific one based on how the computers can actually process data. So what happens is they have a word size, 64-bit word size, for example, and it goes out and it starts interrogating each calculation in the CPU linearly, one by one. And what that means is it takes a long time for us to process anything. So when you plug in a map in Google Maps, for example, it will go and start looking at all of the different possibilities of how you can get there, and then select and choose the most efficient route for you to get there. So you decide to make a wrong turn, or you decide that you know better than what it does, and you will see it take a few seconds to update that navigation, to update those instructions. And it's doing it because it has to go back to itself and then start looking at what happens from this point on, because this is unexpected, and now I need to recalculate everything else and come back with a new set of results. So essentially start from the beginning. And there are a lot of uses around that, but the difference between those systems and the way quantum computers process is because in the case of quantum computers, they are actually able to look at the entire data set because of the fact that they calculate both ones and zeros simultaneously. In other words, it essentially sees all of the possibilities all at the same time. Because what happens is when you measure it, the results that come back to you are based on where that result is right now, and it could be in any kind of a state. And more specifically, it's not even based on the 1 and 0, but it also includes the spin and the momentum and so many other components of a quantum system, depending on how it does it. And it does it based on physics principles of superposition and entanglement, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. So the reason it comes out in the news so much is because in the case of quantum computers, by being able to look at that entire data set, we can actually calculate and break things down very easily. The benefit of it for the general industry is once they get powerful enough, we'll actually be able to do things completely differently to the way we do them now. We can look at and analyze very large, very complex data sets also for a number of different industries and be able to approach the problem in a very quickly. In other words, if we want to make a new type of material, what we would be able to do in the next, when the quantum computer is mature enough, is we'll be able to say, I want to create a material with the following properties, come back to me with results. The way we do it right now is hypothesize what the material is going to be, iterations, a number of making that material, and we start by eliminating all of the bad ones. So, we're all familiar with that old story, how Edison created the 9,000 ways of not having a successful light bulb until he created the one successful way of creating a light bulb. This is essentially what we do now for across the board for medical compounds, for imaging, for anything else. For when we create medicine or when we create materials, we just look for a new type of material and eliminate all the ways it won't work. And quantum computers, by looking at that entire data set, will actually be able to come in from the completely opposite direction and give us the results that we want. Because of these very aspects of being able to look at the entire data set, the entire problem space, and eliminate all of the possibilities in a nonlinear way. Now, what they don't do well is linear processing. So anything that does require an iterative process is where our classical machines will still continue to be the preferred method of doing things. But the other part comes down to the compute power and the processing power of quantum. And this is really when we start getting into the algorithms and the security behind quantum computers. So funny enough, a side story, we actually see quantum processes in our daily lives all the time. For example, a leaf, when it processes sun's energy, it actually uses a process that's a quantum process rather than a classical process, because it actually, as the sun hits it, everything, all of the energy is actually being generated all at the same time, and then it flows into the stem and gets converted to energy for its own use. So, but what does it mean to us in the industry, especially around security? Because our existing way of protecting data, our existing way of protecting everything that we do, everything that's precious to us, is through cryptography. It's our first, and it's also our last line of defense. And we use it when we transmit data. We're using it right now in this video stream by using HTTPS, or in other words, the TLS protocols that we're running here. But we also use it to encrypt stored data. Data, while it's being used, sometimes gets encrypted and used in an encrypted state. So it really becomes that crucial point for us where we've been relying on for a long time. The unfortunate thing is we're relying on technology that's 40 plus years old in many ways, and it hasn't evolved much ever since. So by having a processing or compute power that will actually look at all the possible variants simultaneously and break them down, well, that affects the way we build our cryptography, because for data in motion, asymmetric cryptography, we use prime number factorization. That's what the RSA algorithm is. That's what ECC is. Both of these families are designed specifically around prime number factorization and some other mechanisms that we use. And what that means is, and the reason why we see it in the news so often is because Shor's algorithm is able to break that down. And that's not a theory, that's actually a fact. I've actually seen it with my own eyes from our own research team, who have been able to break 8-bit numbers using very small quantum computers. And right now we end up waiting for a cryptographically relevant, a large enough quantum computer to come online. And incidentally, for this Shor's algorithm attacks on prime number factorization, the little bit of math here is the formula to break cryptography is 2n plus 3. And the 2n really means the strength of the cryptography itself. So, for example, 4096 or 2048, multiply that by 2, add another 3 qubits, and that's really the power that you need to break cryptography, to break asymmetric cryptography. So, because we transmit our data encrypted that way, it becomes a compelling enough reason to move to something better and to move to something much more resilient. But of course, there are other attacks on symmetric cryptography. That's our AES algorithms, that's the CHA-20, and so many other ones. But those ones that don't rely on public key cryptography, that use the same key and transmit it safely for storing our data primarily, although it's used in many more ways than that. That one is actually simplified by a factor of 2 using Grover's algorithm. Grover's is very interesting because it was designed to be an exhaustive search algorithm to look at large data sets and calculate out and process large data sets. But what the industry's found is that we're actually able to use it to simplify that very crucial part of encryption. And when we say simplify, since most of our encryption uses 128 or 256-bit encryption, 128 gets broken down to about half, which is no longer considered to be secure, and 256 gets broken down to 128, but then it becomes only a matter of time until that's assailable also. So things should be done around that. And we can dive into the nuances a little bit later. So what does it mean in practical terms, right? Because we need to be able to use it, and what the defenses that we typically talk about is, well, if we increase what happens if we double the strength of encryption to make 256 a 512, get rid of 128, and still rely on the 256 as the lower mode for encryption, the lower strength, and change our paradigms around that. The issue then becomes what happens to the processing power that is used to work on those workloads. In other words, when you double the bit strength of that kind of encryption, you're actually increasing the compute power that you need to decrypt it after the fact, to be able to use that data. And and by increasing that time frame, you're actually expanding how how long it's going to take you to decrypt that data, and that will impact SLAs, that will impact just the general experience. So then we get into a race of, what do we do with legacy equipment? What do we do moving forward? How much compute power do we need for growing data sets and data warehousing and so many other practical implications. So let's frame the problem in slightly more concrete way. Every day we deal with data and how to protect it, and there are some entities that are very vested in getting that data decrypted. As a matter of fact, when you're dealing with nation state and nation state attacks, and we've seen time and time again, nation state sponsored or people who have those types of skills are actually going after private industry. It's not necessarily being done government to government on government to government basis, but it's actually being done on nation state to corporate to steal intellectual property, to steal research and development, to steal data, to run analytics on behavior and behavioral patterns, and just cause disruption and havoc. So the nation state players that we deal with, they do have their own Oppenheimer. They've dedicated a lot of resources around this very fact and breaking cryptography, and really are there to capture as much data, as much information as they can, because that data then can be broken and can be used and can be distributed. So, and of course, as we continue to grow our own data points, and I can see that it's becoming a recurring theme for us. Everything is about data, but everything really is about data, and it increases the attack surface. The legacy systems need to be addressed. Funding needs to be there. The general push needs to be there. But fortunately for us, we're actually seeing that traction. White House has been doing a lot of pushes. There's been a presidential memo released quite recently to fund this research, to really fund all of the development and getting it into industry's hands. There's been a lot of support from both Congress and House side of the government. And of course, budgets are being allocated to these efforts. NIST is working very hard on it since 2015, and I'll talk more about that in a second. And a lot of government agencies are now required to, at the very least, understand where they are cryptographically, and do something about it, to really understand their path to becoming much more secure as well. Because we are seeking to counter new attacks, especially with an expanding attack surface, become a lot more resilient, both as an industry and as a government. And of course, we're always trying to eliminate data breaches, prevent losses, prevent remediation costs. If we can avoid that, reduce our insurance would be nice. And there is a lot of that support going on. So that's the good news. So let's talk about the approach a little bit. Traditionally, every time we do a cybersecurity audit, we've looked at controls. We've looked at how we're protecting our people, how we're protecting access to data. Is the data itself being encrypted? But we've never really looked at encryption as an industry very much. We look at risk, we look at risk mitigation, and encryption becomes a checkbox. So failures in implementations, failures in the right types of algorithms that are being used are actually quite common, and and some of them are actually the reason why TLS 1.1 shouldn't be used anymore. It's considered to be completely vulnerable. There are so many attacks and families of attacks around TLS 1.2, which is still the predominant data in transit algorithm that's being used publicly, and even TLS 1.3, which has low adoption but is much stronger, has its own set of vulnerabilities, and they're all well documented within CISA and other organizations. So the opportunity for the commercial sector actually becomes a major opportunity for us to really step up, and look strategically of what are we doing, how are we managing our data, are we doing the right things, and of course with NIST, having been working on it since I believe 2015. They were originally looking to release new algorithms and update the FIPS 140-2 standards with 140-3, and really take that to the next level. They were originally planning to do it in 2025. Now it looks like it's going to happen much sooner than that, and the research is going well. We've actually found new vulnerabilities that are being addressed in the quantum resilient algorithms, and that means because of the vast amount of peer review, because of vast amount of support for all of these things, the algorithms that do come out will actually be much more resilient than anything that we use in the market today. And of course, because of its uses in the market, we're looking at not only the traditional ways of storing data or communicating data, but the entire blockchain is built on digital signatures, and digital signatures are just another form of cryptography, and it's another form of cryptography that needs to be resilient because we protect so much of our data, and so many of our assets, more specifically, using this. In other words, when we created blockchain as an industry, we trusted that because of its cryptographic basis for storing data, which meant that we can open it and use it in public. The way it's been accepted in the industry itself is that we've placed a lot of extrinsic value in blockchains themselves, which of course means that for an attacker to erode trust in the blockchain can actually cause a complete collapse, not only of the blockchain itself, but also in the financial vehicles and other vehicles that we've placed and put value around that blockchain. So even those methods need to be protected and really become quantum resilient. And so we do really need to move as an industry and really need to continue to grow and excel. And we do that because any data that has been stolen from us, and we read about it in news all the time, right? It's become a daily occurrence that someone got crypto locked and all of their data is locked up. But that also means that all of their data has already been exfiltrated from them, and they can be held for ransom twice: once to get access to their data, and once to make sure that that data stays somewhat safe and somewhat private. But then, of course, we're trusting an untrusted source, right? The attacker. Nation states have harvested as much as 25% of all of the globally encrypted data, and are working to break that, because that data is valuable. It carries so much useful information, and so much more useful information can be derived from it by processing it and running data analysis on it, even as data itself goes. So because of that, the store now, decrypt later types of attacks are really something that we need to address, and we need to address quickly and adequately as an industry itself. So there are many things that we can do about it. We can actually implement new processes and new procedures, but we can actually address a few fundamental areas that have never been addressed before by going and looking at these new forms of cryptography. So I've already spoken about the NIST approved algorithms and a little bit on their timeline, but that is just one piece of the puzzle. And this is the piece of the puzzle that we've looked at the most as an industry every time we implement some sort of cryptography. Because by implementing the TLS protocols, we use the algorithms that have been approved and validated by NIST and peer reviewed very heavily. So we kind of know about this as an industry. And the next step is, of course, to take those quantum resilient keys coupled with the algorithms and make them truly quantum resilient, which means resilient against attacks by quantum computers. But we really need to look at how those keys move. So trusting in the TLS processes, which are based on RSA and ACC algorithms and public keys, the PKI infrastructure, that is due for its own revamp. It needs to be changed, because even the certification authorities have been known to be breached, which means that all of the keys that are generated by them, all of the public keys, are inherently insecure from the get-go. So that trust that we place in it, the little green lock that we see at the top of our browser, is not necessarily quite as safe as we hope it would be. And because of that, companies like Apple, Microsoft, and others no longer allow long length of keys. They're trying to mitigate that risk by reducing the time that a key can be alive from 5 years or longer of what it used to be down to 1 year, sometimes less. But that's not all, end all be all, because we can actually also look at how the keys are seeded and what kind of entropy source is being used to generate those keys. So no longer do we generate those keys on processor on the same device that we're using that generates data, but maybe take it offline, out of band, or out of process, and actually focus more on key delivery. That way, an attacker who gains root level access or manages to get in at the hardware level is still not going to be able to force errors or control the key generation process itself. So we can actually keep our data more secure, even as attackers become better at what they do. So that key delivery, the mechanisms themselves, the trust built around it between different devices or between different entities like users and devices, becomes much more paramount as we proceed down this path. And of course, those protocols, we can introduce a lot more protections in there, and that's one of the things that we've been working on, even into the protocol itself, and how it manages to create a much more difficult process for the attacker by injecting other keys and rotating them and bringing that true cryptographic agility even in the data communication process itself. And the last thing that we haven't done as an industry is we haven't really monitored cryptography and really monitored it behaviorally and in the process to remediate attacks. And this is something that becomes a really big deal and a great opportunity for us to continue to evolve. And that's all that way because The vulnerabilities are there. We fight a very asymmetric type of a warfare with our attackers, because the vectors into our networks are continuously expanding, and we can't continue to chase vectors. What we need to do is actually focus on the assets themselves, the things that are most valuable to us, and really work to protect the asset, the value, because it's much easier to identify what's important and put in all of the defenses on that side of things, rather than trying to chase ghosts and outguess what the attacker is going to be able to do there. And we can do that with true cryptographic agility, which means key rotation, algorithmic rotation, and management, being able to replace the keys on the fly, being able to inject them where we need to, and being able to use a true quantum process to generate that, as well as monitor for anomalies and do so many other things. And what we don't need is a full quantum computer to do all of these things. As a matter of fact, we at QSecure are doing it using a PCI card that runs a quantum process on it, using regular servers that are racked and are your typical commercial everyday servers that can be used and integrated with all other mechanisms around data management, data movement, devices, users, user accounts, and so many other things. And we do that by focusing on the entire data lifecycle as a holistic entity, because data gets generated, it gets used, it gets transported, transformed, and it has its own end of life cycle. So sometimes we need to protect that data for 7 years at the completion of at the closure of an account, and sometimes it needs to reside for 75 years to a lifetime, depending on what kind of data it is. So we'll look at network infrastructure, systems, storage, applications, and how they're used, and of course devices themselves as part of it. So having said all of that, I'll wrap it up and see if there are any questions. Should probably stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much for that. Wow, it's a very important topic there that you're covering, and one that's really relevant to today's world.
Thank you. Yeah, it's funny. I typically
decided not to work for me.
Pardon
Apparently,
me?
right on cue here. There we go. I think that they're in now. Okay, are you hearing me better now?
Yeah, I hear you really well. Can you hear me? Okay,
Perfect.
great.
Yes, sorry about
that. No worries. So, you know, I usually get questions around why, how long will it take for quantum computers to really become cryptographically relevant and be there, and what timeline do we have, what timelines we're working with. So I can jump ahead a little bit to that, since the audience is being a little bit quiet. I'm not seeing any of the questions pop up, but
yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great to answer that.
Yeah. So there are different schools of thought there. A lot of the scientists that work on quantum machines say that it could be as long as 10 more, 20 more years. That when they become relevant, but we're already seeing some data that looks like it's already been broken, and it could only have been broken by quantum machines. So the other part of it is, in the commercial sector, we're actually seeing a lot of advancement going on with, and we expect to see within the next couple of years true cryptographically relevant machines really come online. And they're becoming much more accessible. IonQ is well on track for desktop size quantum machines that will give us a real taste into what we can do. There are so many other technologies there that that are maturing. The good work by the guys at Atom Computers will really bring to market really powerful machines, and they're also well on track within the next few years to start delivering it. And we're seeing more and more traction in the market. And there's been just so much research using different methods to build quantum computers, from photonics to ion traps to just so many other methods. CMOS architectures are being developed, which are everyday room temperature computers, and many of them don't look like the typical chandeliers that we see in the news. So it's a very interesting world now.
It is. It is indeed. Definitely. Well, I keep asking, like I said, I keep asking this question, but I'm loving the responses that come out of it. Given what you've lived through now, are there, 3 pieces of advice that you'd like to impart to the audience to help them not have to live through similar challenges?
Yes, of course. So one of the biggest things that I got out of my career is actually looking at all the problems that face you daily, but actually be able to take a step back and look at it as a greater whole. Because not every problem needs to be addressed immediately. Sometimes it's better to take a step back and think about it strategically and see what can you do that will actually address today's problems that are facing you right now, but also tomorrow's problems, so that you can actually start getting ahead of the game. And that really reduces the load both on you and on the teams that you run, teams that you manage, and being able to take that step back always and proves to be really worthwhile. Other than that, it's a lot of it comes down to maintain focus, better perspectives, and just really being able to prioritize what you do, how you do it, and tackle it with keeping the future in mind.
Right. How do you have any tips for how you do that prioritization?
Oh boy.
I'm asking the hard questions now.
Yes, you are. It's well, I'll tell you what doesn't work. Flying by the seat of your pants really does not work. But being able to frame the problem and really look at what the strategic impacts are and how to prioritize those strategic impacts, and working out what's important versus what's urgent, and really focusing on what should be done to create an optimal path to goal, to achieving the objectives that you want to achieve. That proves to be very useful.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. This has been really enlightening. I'm sure a lot of people are, their brains are probably overheating a little bit, but it's really, really great information. So appreciate it a lot, Konstantin. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I did not torture anyone with quantum jokes. So I think that was the benefit, right?
Well done.
Right. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So our next and final speaker of day 1 is Rachit Lohani. He is going to talk about scaling being hard, but selling being harder. So it's about seeing the challenges, that when you're scaling the people, tech, and processes, all of the challenges, how do you meet those? What are some of the problems that happen when, no one else is stepping in and taking the problem head on but themselves? Why are we stuck in the old way? Why are we still talking about the past and the future so clear? And then talking about selling your brand, your ideas, the concepts, and making them theirs. So he says that you need to get out of the way and coach them from the sidelines, be their cheerleader, but coach their cheerleader and their coach, but not the problem solver. That's really hard, right? To do that kind of delegation. So Rachit is the CTO of a $10 billion public company that is running a successful product with a team of over 1,500 people that's growing at 30%. and he ran engineering for Atlassian and also helped them scale the offering for Jira, Confluence, and Trello. He also led the knowledge engineering revolution at Intuit to make TurboTax smarter. He also helped scale Netflix's engineering and infrastructure. So this is quite the resume you have as well. Really, really impressive roster of speakers today. So welcome, Rachit. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you, April, for the quick intro. That was my slide number 2. Good thing that is covered now.
All right. Well, with that, I see that you're up and running with your slideshow, so I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind
Thank
intro.
you.
So first of all, Konstantin, I was listening to your talk. Very impressive. As a tech leader, the thing that keeps me up at night is security. One breach and your history. So thank you for walking us through the thought process that goes into it and the solutions that keep us safe. Amazing work. Today, we'll talk about not tech, not people, but bringing people along on the journey that you all lead as leaders. For me, this started the first time around 2012 when I was hiring a senior software engineer to work on one of the products that we were building. And she asked, why should I work for this company? And I pitched all the things. I talked about benefits, comp, RSUs, the tech stack that we are on, and why we are so excited about this. She never accepted the offer. So I reached out and said, hey, what could we have done different? Because you are someone's seller. You are someone who would need and who can help us scale. And she said, I'm very mission driven. I don't see a strong mission for the company. And which was true because it was an ads company. All we did was we served ads. But that is how internet works, right? That is how most of internet gets paid. So that was a realization for me that helped me understand who I am as well. And how can I connect with people better? It was around being mission driven, understanding who you are, and leveraging that to your benefit. So with that, we'll start today's conversation. All right, let me figure out how do I get to the next screen. Okay, so this is me. I'm Rachit, currently working as a CTO of Paylocity. We are an HCM company. I'll talk about that in the next slide. My background at Paylocity, I'm responsible for building tech and product. At Atlassian, I was responsible for running engineering, the platform engineering to help Atlassian scale. Atlassian is the maker of Jira, Confluence, Trello, Bitbucket, Opsgenie, all the dev-focused tools. And the mission there was make developers productive, help them be more effective, more efficient, take the toil away, and make their work delightful. Before that, I ran engineering for Intuit, and the big focus was scale TurboTax. For most of you not in the US, filing taxes in the US is not easy. There are a lot of rules, lots of regulations, lots of loopholes, and that makes it really cumbersome for common people, like myself included, to file taxes. Because all I want to do is take my W-2s, report my earnings, and help government scale. But the amount of paperwork required makes it really cumbersome. So Intuit is solving that problem. Intuit takes that problem head on, has codified all of the rules and regulations, and it helps people file taxes just by click of a button. And that is the mission that I was attached to. Before that, I ran services or engineering for Netflix. The big focus was help Netflix scale. I think when I was there, we were at about 80, 90 million users, and today we have 500 million or something. It's just growing. It's phenomenal. The mission over there was create a delightful experience for people to consume media. Make it easier. Let it be driven by the customers. And before Netflix, I worked at AOL and a few more startups, all focused on ad tech. Where am I today? So I work for Paylocity. We provide employee level services. So we are the employee state of record. We process payroll. It's a SaaS solution for payroll, core HR. We have an ATS or a talent solution, modern workforce solution, and benefits. So these are all the capabilities that we provide, targeted mostly to the US companies, and we are slowly expanding globally. We have ventured into the Canadian market, and we plan to expand and go out to more and more markets. The reason I'm excited about the solution is twofold. One, the growth, the solution, the tech behind it. The second part is the mission. What is that we are building? If you look up Paylocity on Glassdoor, on Blind, or other websites where people provide feedback, we have really high ratings. People love working at Paylocity. The average tenure at Paylocity is like 7.5 years. It's unheard of in technology. People move because they get tired, they get burned out. They want to try something new. The culture that we have built at Paylocity is unique. And I know everyone says that, but as an outsider experiencing the culture for now, or for the first time at Paylocity, I can tell you the biggest difference is they rally around the mission, the goals, the customer focus. As for any HCM company, it's usually around providing services like payroll, just process their payroll, give them the paycheck, make them happy. Or be the employee of record so that when HR want to do changes, they can roll it out and make it happen. You and I as employees never benefit from these tools. Before this, I was at Atlassian, and this was during the pandemic. I used to get regular emails and Slack messages from my teams around the struggle that they have on day-to-day basis. How engineers were struggling to align with the outcomes, how managers were struggling to get people rallied towards solutions. There was lack of excitement. And I was feeling the same thing. I was burnt out. It was a lot happening around us. News, media was not helping. It was all disheartening to see people sick, disheartening to see people losing people. And it was not an environment where anyone could work. So during that time at Atlassian, I reached out to the HCM provider and I asked them, how you are a human capital management solution. I'm a human. How are you helping me? I need tools. I need solutions. The answer was, that is not how we approach the problem. We pay payroll. We run your payroll. We pay your taxes. We provide these hiring tools and other benefits tools. That is all what we do. That was disheartening to hear because you're taking the human from the human capital management. It's just management, right? So this is where I reached out to the company, Paylocity, because they were doing something unique. They had a solution. They had a solution called Modern Workforce, which was all focused on, let's build a community at your workplace. Let's build an environment that people can leverage and thrive and do the best work of their life. It was a unique proposition. I did not even know if that would work or not. It sounded really good because I needed that solution. My teams needed that solution. So I reached out, connected. Next thing I know, they were like, we are looking for someone who can lead the charter and is passionate about it. That is how I landed up here. So the big thesis around this and how this is connected to what I'm going to talk about is creating a strong culture is critical. Culture is not about your tech. It's not about the solution. It's about the impact that you want to have on this world. Impact could be making it a secure world by encrypting the data, like Konstantin talked about. It could be about providing delightful experiences with the best hardware possible, what AMD and Apple are doing. But we need to be clear about what is the impact that we want to have on this planet, on the people. For Paylocity, it's impacting millions of users and making their work life better, helping them do the best work of their life. Essentially, it's giving that secret sauce that Paylocity has built over time, packaging it up in a software and giving and making it available to everyone, to all our customers. This message resonates really well with a lot of companies. They want to be modern. They want to adopt the modern practices. Most of them, and we serve the small business medium segment, most of them don't have HR experts analyzing the data, figuring out how do we improve the culture of the company, because they cannot afford it. They're looking for a baked solution, a tried and tested solution, a solution that someone is dog fooding themselves. And the numbers speak for them. Ratings for Paylocity off the charts. Growth is there. High growth environment, people are happy, attrition is under control. Something is going well, something is right. So we want to make sure everyone has access to that data, everyone has access to that solution, where the solution that we're building for everyone. Scale is hard, and I'm very passionate about scaling solutions. So my background, we talked about, so my previous gig was Atlassian, where we were scaling the platform to support all of these disparate solutions like Jira, Confluence, and it's not easy. We were taking big clients and customers like JP Morgan Chase, who had about 80,000 developers on a platform, moving them from on-prem, a data center solution for Jira, onto cloud. The number of tickets, relationships, and how it scaled was billions of records. And the latency expectations were less than like half a second the screen needs to load. That was a difficult challenge, and we did it. TurboTax. Taxes are complex. Every tax file is about 4 or 5 meg with all the rules, all the numbers, all the possible combinations. Millions of people making changes to it at almost a same time. April 15th, that is when the last day to file taxes is, and we would get millions of users filing taxes on that one day. So keeping the systems available, making sure the latency is tolerable, and it's a delightful experience for our customers was a hard problem to solve. So scaling is hard. Same thing at Netflix. We would get a lot of connections and they would stay there forever. How do you serve content? How do you make sure there are no jitters? If there are jitters, how do you change your screen so that the quality goes down, but the movie plays? That way, the customers are delighted by the experience and not impacted by the extraneous factors. Lesson, scaling is hard. And there are pieces that you don't even control, like internet. You could have the best system available, but if there is no internet, there is not much you can do. AOL, serving ads all over the globe. A heavily distributed system. Every system had a brain of its own. So they had to make local optimized decisions to serve the right ads and then talk back to the mothership to make sure frequency capping requirements are met. Geolocation requirements are met. So building such a system at scale was hard. So I am with everyone. Scaling is hard. And I've experienced this firsthand. My favorite story. I've never worked for Google, but I like the company. I like the problem they solve. I like all the tech innovation they have done, the latest one being Kubernetes. Love the approach, love the platform. So I read this article on the New Yorker where, and like everyone else, I am a tech nerd and I follow people like Jeff Dean, David Knuth, Uncle Bob, to make sure I get the benefit of their experience. Smart people. And this is the best way for me to learn from them, right? So I follow them, I read about them, I learn from them. So I read this article on New Yorker, which talked about how Sanjay Kemawat, who is a technical fellow at Google, MIT graduate, has amazing theses on distributed systems, has been with Google forever, one of the smartest people when it comes to distributed system design. Working with Jeff Dean, again, known as the Chuck Norris of computer science, smart guy, the inventor of MapReduce, and laid the foundation for distributed systems. These two troubleshooting a problem. This is March of 2000. And the problem was they the search queries were returning either incorrect results or null results. For a search index provider, for a web crawler, that's a big problem. And this was the early days of Google. So they didn't have a lot of resources, but they were hiring the best possible talent they could to scale Google. They spent, and these are the smartest people in the room, right? So they spent 2 or 3 months figuring out that one bug that was bugging them and leading to suboptimal outcomes, sometimes error states. They spent a lot of time, like 3 months of debugging. This is like 3 months worth of war room effort. After doing a lot of discovery, going through the whole code base line by line, and you all know debugging is hard. I hate doing that. It's exciting, but it's exhausting and tiring. Imagine doing that for that long of a window. 2-3 months debugging a solution, going through every line, every possible debugger to understand where it is going wrong. Eventually, they were like, this is crazy. Let's do this. Let's take a binary dump of the expected results and the outcomes that we are seeing, and let's compare and see where it's breaking. When they did the analysis, what they discovered was a few of the machines had a binary flip. That is unusual. Upon investigation, few RAMs on these machines errored out. CRC failed. That led to the wrong results. Imagine troubleshooting a problem for 3 months, and that is the outcome. So upon further investigation, what they discovered was supernova event happening in universe somewhere billions of years ago that leads to high energy particles that interacts with your RAMs that flips these bits, causing an error. Talk about astrology not being a real science. If planets don't like you, they'll find a way to screw with you. This is what happened to them. So, and a cosmic event billions of years ago impacting somebody's code now. And that was exciting. This is what scale is about. You don't know what extraneous factors will impact you. So I'm with you. Scale is hard. But guess what? So we all have experienced scale challenges. We have seen it in different shapes and forms. We know it's a difficult problem to solve. But selling is harder. What are we selling? As leaders, as a tech leader, I don't sell anything. I'm a technologist. I like building things. I like solving problems. There is no sell in that whole equation. But that is true if I'm an individual contributor, working all by myself, no teams involved. And we know that is not true. We know software is a team sport. It's not an individual activity. That is where selling kicks in. It's a team sport. Teams need to be aligned to things. They need to be bought into ideas. They need to believe in something. That is where all of us as tech leaders become salesmen. What are we selling? We're selling that vision. We're selling that mission. We're selling that problem statement so that people would lean in, give in their 100%. It's not about your technical choices. It is not about how you structure your org or how you do planning. It's just those conversations which start and everyone is solving for the same thing. Imagine a company where you have 100 resources, everyone pushing in the same direction. You would crush the market. This is why startups move really fast. And it's difficult for companies like IBM to scale because there is misalignment at every possible level. We have seen this live. We have seen an example happening in front of our eyes. Microsoft struggled for 10, 15 years because there was no alignment. Microsoft was not known for its culture. It wasn't the best place to be. 2014, 2015, something changed. The whole company started to align with bigger objectives. The whole company started to believe in the mission that they never had. And that reflected in the throughput, that reflected in the innovation, in the product, and as you and I can witness, in the stock price. Someone was selling a vision really, really well. And that was no one but Satya. He came out and shared his strategies. What did he do right? And it was not very complex. It was simple things that we as leaders think they're too simple. We got to focus on the harder problems. Selling is harder. Why? Because that is not our comfort zone. We don't do that a lot. And it's a repetitive activity. You have to do it over and over and over and over. It can get tiring. When I was going through this shift, this was 2014, 2015, I got my first exec coach. And if you ever get a chance to get an exec coach, please do. It's an amazing service that helps you understand who you are, helps you get rid of the biases, helps you open up more, helps you understand how to operate in this world, given what you know about yourself. So I had this wonderful opportunity. And before I tell the story, context, I'll justify my answer, and you know that I must have goofed up. So the night before the call with the exec coach, we had an outage, an incident. It took us 4 or 5 hours to recover from it. So it started at like 1 or 2, went on to 4 or 5. By the time it was resolved, I was drained, and my call was at 9 with the exec coach. This was my first call with her. She, very smart, I think was a doctor, and now does exec coaching. The first thing she asked me, what do you believe in? Again, lack of sleep. I did not know how to process that question. I go, I don't believe in aliens, but I think there is life out there. She did not know how to react. She was not expecting this answer. And in my head, I'm going deep into that question and sharing what all things that I believe in. And yeah, a minute later, I realized it was not the most smartest thing to tell her, like my beliefs in technology or alien life. But that led to an existential question for me. What do I believe in? Why am I pushing everyone so hard? Why am I pushing myself so hard? After talking to her for like an hour, I realized I have sold an idea to myself, not to my teams. They are convinced for now, but they're not sold on that idea. The difference being, if I sell something to you, it's yours to solve. It's yours to keep. It's yours to evolve. If I convince you of something, it's still mine, but you're aligned with my beliefs, my idea. That is how I operated. It worked in short stints. And as soon as teams would discover more data, they would be unconvinced. I would convince them again. And this was the constant battle that I would go through, right? Does it work? Yeah, to a certain extent. But is it the most effective way to do it? No. During one of those sessions, she shared this quote with me. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up the men to gather wood, divide the work, and give orders. This is exactly what I was doing. I was telling them what needs to be done. I never told them about the endless sea. I never painted that picture for anyone. It was in my head. I was dying to get there. But all I was asking for was, let's build a ship. Let's build a ship. Let's build a ship. I read this every week to make sure I don't forget what the big mission is. And this is what gets me excited every day to go to work, talk to my teams, talk to my people, and talk about the big mission that we're on and why we should be excited. This helps not only build a better culture, but also attract the right talent. Get them excited about the end state, not the how or the what or the why. It's if we do it right, this is what the world would look like. This is our impact. This is how we'll make this a better place. So good, all this talk is good. How do you make it happen? What is that you need to drive for? Before 2014, 2015, 2016, I used to read company mission and would never read it again because I saw no value in them. Like just words, put them on a paper. Every company has a mission vision statement, right? You got to do it because you file your documentation with SEC. Maybe SEC requires it. As an employee, as a leader, I don't. I have a clear view of what the solution is. And boy, I was wrong. If you want to bind teams together, this is the glue you need. It's the mission statement. You need to be bought in so that way you can sell it to others, make it their mission. Stand up for something. Get them excited about it. Then there is no alignment. Scale becomes easier because we all lean in and solve it the right way. So why is mission important? How do you drive that? How should we think about it? So if you read any of these missions, and then I should have removed the name of the companies, to be Earth's most customer-centric company where customers can find and discover anything they might want to buy online. It's a very clear mission, and you exactly know who the company is. This dictates the culture of that company. This dictates the kind of talent they attract. This sentence dictates how things work over there. If I don't know anything about Amazon, I can look at this and tell you what the culture would be. I can tell you how people would feel over there. And over time, what's the upside? What's the downside? That's the power of the statement. Same thing for Apple. Bringing the best user experience to its customers through its innovative hardware, software, and services. The focus, best user experience. You can see that for all of the Apple products. Google, organize world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. You can tell how that company operates. You can tell the kind of talent they would attract. Facebook, give people the power to share, make the world more open and connected. You can tell everything about the product, about the direction, where they're headed, why they're doing it this way. This is the power of the mission. The interesting thing about all of this is mission was laid before the product was built. Mission was laid or documented before you started to hire people. And then mission becomes a forward or a leading indicator of what the future would look like. This was documented or written down before everything ever started. But this is a powerful statement. This shows how you think about the problems, what kind of people you bring on board, what are they excited about? And that is how the product will evolve. So if you want to build a strong product, look at your mission. With that, let's talk about how do we get started? What does it look like? So missions, and this is, if you're less than 10, 15, 20 people, it's not very applicable to you. And the reason being, you attract certain kind of people. For that smaller group, it's through your first level connections. people who you know personally, people who believe in something common. It's just not written down. It's a tacit agreement between individuals. And that is the reason you would see very strong alignment. If the alignment breaks, companies don't go anywhere. And there are multiple examples of that. Co-founders disagree. The mission is not written down. They part ways. Employees don't agree. It goes nowhere. So for smaller companies, it's less applicable, but always good idea to write it down and repeat it to your staff so that you attract the right kind of people. And there are no right or wrong in people. It's just the kind that you need. Everyone needs a different kind. So make sure you write it down, that is long lasting, and the thing that you really believe in. If the goal is to make money, put that down. The goal is to grow at 100% ARR. You'll attract that kind of people who are very motivated, get things done, and will shoot for that target. So be deliberate about what you put down as your mission, a long-term mission, a statement that will help you attract talent, a statement that will guide you on where you're going. And then that will help you shape up your North Star. North Star is, if the world will follow your mission, what things will change? What metrics? What would success look like? And that will dictate what is your strategy to get there. If it's 100% growth, what are the top 4 things that you think will move the needle? And then spar on those, debate on those, and make sure everyone is aligned. And that will dictate your goals, organization goals, people goals, individual goals. That way you drive alignment end to end. All of this does not require you to know tech. All of this had nothing to do with my people skills or operational skills. It was just about understanding who I am. What do I believe in? And do I align with the overall objective? And this need not be at the company level. It is at the team level. Declare the mission for your teams. Tell them this is what we believe in. And they will delight you with the kind of work and solution that come out of those teams. I've practiced this multiple times. I think that was my last slide. I've practiced this multiple times. The results were usually great. It has backfired as well when I was not very clear about the mission. A small example, and this would be a technical example. This was 2016, 2017, when cloud was hot and people were moving out of a data center onto cloud. In one of the settings, I said, moving to cloud is the mission. And that backfired back, or backfired bad. Why? Because the mission was not cloud. The mission was modernization of our stack. We had problems with tech debt, with slower delivery, with speed. Moving to cloud did not help with any of those. It made the systems even brittle, because now we had stateless systems running on EC2s with ephemeral storage. The system's out, your service is down, you lost data. So this is where mission requires a lot more thought process, a lot more thinking, because these are the things that you believe the world would look like when things are done right. And that's all what I have for you today. I'm gonna stop my share. All right.
Thank you so much. That was really insightful, and I think a great way to end today. I really, really love what you're saying about what do I believe in? What is this for? What is the mission, right? And that is that North Star that needs to follow it, because at the end of the day, as idealistic and sort of Pollyanna-ish as it sounds, these companies that we're creating are there to serve the world. They're there to make the world better. It doesn't mean that they're out there, you know, to fix the world in a really big way, but in a really specific way. And so what is it that your company is doing that doesn't exist, that's going to make the world better for the people that you serve? And so I really, really love that. it's something that I'm really passionate about, and I really, the other thing I kind of want to go down the rabbit hole with you just a tiny bit here, because something that I discovered when I founded my own company was that the things that were unresolved in myself and my own psychology, and the things that I didn't have mastered, I was not good at boundaries, for example. I always said yes to everything. Some of those things I had to quickly fix, because as I scaled, they got magnified, right? Did you have any examples of where, you needed to get right with yourself? I know that sounds really, really, a little bit West Coast spirituality, but like, were there places where you had to do that to make sure that as you got bigger, you didn't amplify the things about your own self that needed to be addressed first?
Yep, that is a really good question. So this was the same conversation 2012 when I couldn't hire someone. It gave me time to introspect, like something is wrong. Something went off wrong here, right? And what I realized about myself was I grew up as an engineer. I studied computer science and math. I did master's in computer science and math. I almost did my PhD in computer science. I was always a tech at heart. That is what I loved. When it came to solutioning, I loved building solutions. I did not care about mission. I did not care about people. I was focused on building cooler tech capabilities. And when I started to lead the teams, it got magnified because I was obsessed with the solution. I was obsessed about getting the solution right. I forgot what the problem statement was. As a business stakeholder, I would come to you and say, April, what do you need? Oh, you need a website. Sweet. You know what? Let's build amazing website. It might not even serve you. And now that I was leading teams, it got amplified because everyone was obsessing over our code coverage, code base, and how cool the thing is. It uses microservices, eventing. But are you solving the right problem? Oh, we don't care about that part. But the tech is really cool. This is cutting edge. So I was not helping my own teams. I was pushing them down the wrong path. So it took me a while to realize, why is that happening? Why is there a disconnect between the two? It was me. Because I never set those pieces for the team. I never told them, these are the goals. This is what we're solving for. You go do it.
Yeah.
I was in every conversation with expectation settings to requirements to decomposition and then solutioning. I loved solutioning. So I would jump directly to that, skip all the steps.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of us can relate to that. That's it's really, really insightful and really helpful. Just a reminder, if you guys have questions for Rashid, please put them in the chat and I will make sure to relay them to him. Yeah, I really love it. I think that it's a really good reminder, because the other thing that can happen, right, is that, and I would love to hear if you've had an example or an experience with this as well, but you're solving for a problem and you've got your head so focused in it that you don't realize that the problem has evolved due to market factors, external factors, things like that. Has that ever happened to you where, okay, we were solving this for this solution and this is the thing we're providing, and then whoops, everything shifted and it's a new problem that you need to solve for?
Yeah. And this is very common with scale, right? You solve for today, but you don't have a clear outlook of the future. And this was very common at Netflix. So the thing that was well known was your solution that is working today will not be applicable 3 years from now. So design with that frame of mind. Like, it needs to work for 3 years, needs to go up to 3x scale. And why did we come to that conclusion? It's because teams would start building a solution. Either they'll be so focused on today that by the time this is launched, it's a dated solution. It won't work. Or they would spend so much time in building that perfect solution that it would never be launched. So how do you create those boundaries and be like, this is the problem that we're solving? Keep your eyes on these metrics and make sure once you release it, it's applicable for 3+ years. And that was a common thing, right? You would solve something, by the time you go to the market, the problem does not exist. Someone else solved it really well. So keeping an eye out, and this is what needs to be aligned with the mission, right? If everyone on the team understands what we're doing, not the how. So that way everyone can look out for us as leaders and go, okay, it's shifting. How does that change the how? How does that change the implementation?
Right. And as long as they're all focused on the same mission, then it's not such a case of whiplash when you explain, okay, now we need to pivot and do something different, because they're still following the mission rather than feeling like you're, just changing on a whim and giving the new instruction for no reason, right? And then that nobody wants to follow a leader they think is just changing their mind every 2 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, and that is a really good point. So I have been a beneficiary of this. I had the fortune of working for leaders who were very deliberate about ensuring mission is well established. So even when they changed their minds, I was able to follow with ease. And it just made sense. That led me to appreciate them even more. And I was able to lean in harder into that solution or the pivot, versus checking out and going, April, you keep changing your mind as my leader.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah. I think it's really key. I mean, especially when you really need those people. And we've made this point now with multiple speakers, but you need that team that's going to believe in the mission, that's going to drive the whole vision forward. And if you're holding the vision of the mission in your head and the reason for being in your head, and you don't share it, then they can't engage with it, right? Their hearts can't get into it, their head can't get into it. And then it just doesn't give you the same momentum that you have if you have other people that see the same North Star and believe in it, and then they're going to pull with all of their weight and all of their might. And the other thing that I've even discovered is that sometimes they even, because they understand the mission, can help expand on it in a way that I wouldn't have, right? Because they're the ones that are bringing their own creativity and their own problem solving and solutions to it. And so when you give them that, then suddenly the whole thing can expand out and kind of blossom, and you have that everyone pulling in the same direction instead of just a bunch of ants, or worker bees that are doing as they're told.
Yeah, that is the other thing that we miss out. It's that solutioning is not a zero-sum game, but all throughout education life, we are told it's a zero-sum game. There will be just one person who will get higher score in that class. If I don't get it, I'm the second or third or fourth. But in real life, that is not how it works. It's a team sport. It's a team activity. And good solutions might not come from me. It might come from you. But as long as we're a team, we solve it together. We win together. It takes a while for us to realize that it's not about who is proposing that. It's about, as a team, do we all agree, believe in, and double down on those pieces? So that's a really good point.
Very good. Well, I'm going to ask you the same final question I keep asking, which is, do you have any other, I mean, you've already imparted a lot of this, but any final 3 pieces of advice or lessons that you've learned the hard way that you can share with everyone so they don't have to take the hard route?
Divorce yourself of problems. Focus on the outcomes. As leaders, it's very easy for us to focus on the problem statement or the solution of it. That is not healthy for the teams. The second one that I learned, so I grew up as an engineer, so I knew I was always deep in tech. Helping the team was my passion. What I did not realize was there is a soft balance between micromanagement and helping the team. In my head, I was helping the teams, but I was being very clear about I want it to be A, B, C, and D. In my head, I'm helping teams by giving them all what I've learned. Like, this is what I've seen work in the past. Stepping back helped. Asking the teams, this is the problem statement, and then focusing on the problem statement helped. Letting them come up with a solution. If they fail, and you help them recover. But that way everyone learns, and you learn in the process. because there are processes of things that you might not have tried. Third thing, trust them. It's all a beautiful game. Less stress.
I love that. Yeah, there really is something to be said for empowering people to come up with their own solutions and apply themselves to it. And when they work as teams, and they're going to come up with things that in some cases you would never have thought of, and in some other cases you're going to need to step in and give them a boost. But it's really nice, and I think it keeps them to your, to the other point that you've been making about making sure that everybody is moving in the same direction behind the mission and that same pole star. That's the way you do it, right? Is by giving them the space and the creativity and the problem solving abilities to apply themselves, and then they're really invested in the mission and the problem solving.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you so much. This has been really insightful. I appreciate your time, and everyone today. I know that the speakers have just been outstanding. I hope that everyone will come back tomorrow. We are starting again at 8:55 a.m. Eastern. And I'm going to announce some of the speakers for tomorrow. So we have Joseph Wraith, who's going to be talking about the singularity is here-ish. We're going to have Kelly Pang, who's going to be talking about leading and inventing as the CEO and CTO for building the world's best performing augmented reality glasses and a platform from the chip level. And then we're going to have Ali Salih, who's going to talk about how Loop built a over $100 million company using GCP. And Lass Anderson is going to talk about gathering the right people and cool things will happen. And finally, we've got two more that'll close out the day. We've got Julia Valentine, who's going to talk about successful startups that build an ecosystem. And a final word from Dimitri. So we are very, very excited to have you back tomorrow. I know today has been really inspiring to a lot of people. And we got, what were the words again? Inspired, enthusiastic, engaged, impressed. So hopefully everyone will come back for more of the same tomorrow. We really appreciate you joining us. And thanks again to Glorium Technologies for hosting this.